What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? I am Pronago, bringing you some more Cosmonarchy action. I will definitely be streaming some very cool Cosmonarchy casts today because we got some more Starcraft 1 and Starcraft 2 pros involved with our community. A lot of Shambler replays in that because Shambler is one of them that is definitely a homie. He's been around for a while. He's been gaming against these pros, enjoying getting them up to speed on the meta, so to speak. Yeah, up first is going to be Oya taking on the Shambler, and then we do have some more Han Mono games versus Shambler, but we'll probably do Han Mono Cannoli after that, and then maybe we'll do some Wolfix games from the beginning of the month just to see how he's been doing. Since then, we'll have featured 3 separate pros on the stream. If we have enough time after that, based on what I think might end up happening here, we could give it a go to try the very exciting PVZ best of 9 between Neblime and the Shambler, but we might have to do that another time. We will see. I know that my next stream like this one will be on Friday morning, although it will probably just be the casting. I don't think I'll have time for the dev part, but that's all right because I can do the dev part like in the evening after my work shift or whatever. And it'll probably be on Discord as like a donor exclusive thing. I did a donor exclusive 3-hour dev session of a SCSI development yesterday. So if you're interested in that sort of thing, you can watch that kind of thing live if you go to our coffee page. And I think we do have a coffee command, which gives you this lovely link here. Definitely worth taking a look at. If you subscribe for $3 a month, you can get access to all kinds of Discord perks, including dev streams that you can participate in live, as opposed to waiting for the VOD afterwards. So check that out for sure, for sure. Luciferius, welcome. Hope you are able to indeed defeat your nemesis in relatively short order here, and I'm looking forward to hearing about that. We do have our first game of the day already coming up here. Oh, and before I go, I should mention, before I go on to the casting, I should mention that if you want to donate to the stream, streamlabs.com/Pronago, I'm turning proceeds into the show match fund. We have a Bonneth versus DeWalt hype match, 9-game series. All 9 games will be played. Protoss versus Protoss, Cosmonarchy, the Titans of the final, the most recent BSL Grand Finals rematch, so to speak. And their PvP is legendary, let's be real. So we are going to take a look at that. It's going to be very exciting. I look forward to seeing them in action. And right now we're going to be seeing a different set of players in action. Indeed, we're going to go to a match between Oya and the Shambler. And you know what that means. Our Gamba is up. If you want to bet your minerals on the outcome of this match, feel free to. Who's going to take it? Oya, the top left, our maroon Protoss, and the Shambler, the bottom right, black Zerg, jet black, in fact. Based on his gas harvesting, I'm going to go ahead and assume that the Shambler is coming in here expecting to go for a Larvosk first, but we'll see if he goes for his Hydrith opener. In fact, he does not have a Kagrant down yet, so I guess this must be, but yeah, he's a little bit late on it if that's what it's supposed to be. No, okay, it is just going to be a Kagrant, so no big deal there, I suppose. He can just pull off of gas with the harvesters if he wants to bank only 125, which is the requirement for a Larvosk. But, oh yeah, gonna go for that gateway first. You can tell it's a little bit off-center, and the second gateway a little bit closer. I wonder if that's a deliberate choice, because then you can get like a third one over here, but I'm pretty sure you can fit 1, 2, 3 like a box. We'll find out later on, I'm sure. One thing I know is a bit trippy for StarCraft 1 pros is they come in here, and in Remastered, the anchor point for the mouse is like off-center. So when you're placing a structure, if you were, for example, trying to place this Nexus in Remastered, you'd have to put it like up here where my cursor is. But in Cosmonarchy, we center it. Veek did that. Shout out Veek. So definitely something that I think is pretty important for just sanity, for lack of a better term. But indeed, that's something that we will we'll have to get a beat on as time goes on. Legionnaire on the way for our Protoss. He's already going to scout with that. And a Zealot follow-up, so it's not going to be more of a Legionnaire continuum. We've seen that plenty of times, for sure, for sure. And one of the other things that I should let you guys know about is that this is on a prior patch to what we've gotten most recently. We do have a bunch of training sound effects that I've been adding to the game. So ambient training noise for, say, like gateways, nexuses, fulcrums, stockades, ministries, treasuries, star pads, stargates, embassies, lattice, and eggs as well. We don't have any of those active right now, and I might end up doing a teensy bit of work on the ministry one when I get into the dev session of today's stream, because I do think it could be improved. So I do want to maybe see if I can, tweak that a little bit, because I'm not really a huge fan of how it ends up sounding right now. And it is something that you're almost always going to have active in your base, so it's something you got to listen to quite a bit. So, just wanted to throw that out there, as we do have the action starting to foment. Zealot Ecclesiast Legionnaire combo here. Zeths alone are going to have a bit of a hard time dealing with that unless they can get a surround going, and Shambler is going to go ahead and expand. I love the timing of this. I think that's great timing, but it is going to require him to hold, and he's making a lot more Zeths as a response. You're preventing the Zerg from building more workers, so I think this makes a lot of sense. And, well, Oya is massing up a good number of Zealot Ecclesiast. So when I said I like this timing, I did mean it. However, it's worth pointing out, you do need to invest a lot in defense. That's why Shambler is spending so much money on, so much larva, I should say, on military units. So he can just push it off with pure Zeth. Let's see. His Vorvikors are on the way. He's going to show the Zeths on the ramp, because he thought maybe Oya would go for a push up the ramp instead. Good surround, good surface area here. He should be able to overwhelm the Protoss army, and that is going to set Oya back. Just showing you that you can go with pure Zeth early on, and the fast Vornath ends up being very effective at surrounding the remaining Protoss army. Now, there is a Nexus on the way. It's about halfway complete. Unlikely that Oya will try to cancel it. He'd probably see that as a defeat condition, and maybe to some extent it is. You see he's getting a lot better surface area. I feel like that is going to work out pretty well for the Shambler. However, the Protoss are, he's trying to sack as much of his army as he can while trading cost-efficiently across the map and stalling out, but the rest of his reinforcements were never rallied over to the Nexus choke, and he has no pile and he has no static defense warping in. So the Zeth Vort Flood could just end the game here. Shambler is very adept at this kind of sort of mid-game push. Remember, he's down by 10 workers, but that's just going to make him more scary. Ardent Authority coming up. Oya is desperately going to need some kind of static defense structure, and that Warden takes about 35 seconds to warp in. So even right now, we're still about half a minute away from that helping out in the defense, and it is going to be very vulnerable as well to the melee surround. 4 Zealots and 2 Ecclesiasts is not going to be quite enough to hold against the Horde, but Shambler is, my god, my units. We're stuck. Oh, Shambler's typing. He's a typist, he's a wordsmith. He probably did that thing where you right-click units across the map from each other, and it's really easy as Zerg to do. Because of the fact that they have eggs. Now here comes the surround. I feel like the Zealot Ecclesiast here is doing pretty well. The Ecclesiasts were ignored for a very long period of time. However, we do have Nathakors coming out, and the Warden obviously was destroyed. So this is going to result in a lot of dead scribes. I feel like this game is pretty close to being over for Oya. He doesn't have that much. He didn't evacuate his scribes before. And Shambler can just decide to, as soon as he's in a safe position, Shambler can just decide to start making workers again. So that's going to be a very sick attack that I don't think Oya has seen before. His Ardent is gone, so he's lost his tier 2 tech structure that was making positrons, very important for the defense. Nathakors and Vorvikors combined to rend the armor. These Zealots are going to go down just drop like flies, basically. And there's no static defense in here either, and there's nothing for anti-air, so the Nathakors are going to clear a lot of workers during this whole little brigade. We have more Zerg where that came from. 16 more Zethakors pouring in. GG has to be called. Shambler takes game 1, and to be honest, not even really a close match. Let's be real. Oya was contesting across the map, but he's probably never seen the Zeth spam before. He's probably never seen that particular response. And so flooding out all the Zethakors and the Vorvikors working out quite nicely for Shambler. He will take game 1, and Oya gonna have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. I can't remember if Oya... I think Oya was playing Terran a little bit in this series of games that we have to cast. However, the next matchup is going to be on Battle Spectre. And yeah, actually, Shambler is playing as Terran, and Shambler is playing as Protoss, and Oya is playing as Terran this time around. So we're gonna see what Oya's Terran looks like. No idea how this one's gonna go. No, Lucy, we won't do a filter for replay, for ranked games. That's pretty silly. what we should do is allow you to mute your opponent. That's what we need to eventually achieve, but we'll need account handling for that. Chop Dog in the chat, what's up? Aquarist Gamer, what's up, what's up? All right, we do have more games, of course. As I mentioned, we have a very different setup here with Oya in the bottom left of Battle Spectre. He is the Alice Blue Terran, and Shambler in the top right is the Jet Black Protoss, or just regular black, I suppose. Interesting, though, that we're seeing such a big switch there. I don't know if Shambler picked his race or if he was random. The reason why that's important is because if Oya doesn't know what race he's up against and Shambler isn't saying, Shambler usually does say the race, but I think he only was doing that in like the best of 9 versus Nebelheim when they were random, or best of 5. I can't remember. Anyway, bottom line is that they are now on a different map. One that maybe will tilt Shambler less. But he is going to go ahead and scout his opponent. This is a cross-spawn map always, but it can have 2 different configurations. You can either be bottom left, top right, or you can be top left, bottom right. Stockade on the way. Oh, you're going to be going for that. He's already got some Vespene coming as well. We'll see what he wants to make. Is he going to do the Cyprian expand build that Newt, for example, has been doing lately? I guess he downloaded that from Ramen or something. I'm not really entirely sure who did that first. Maybe it was even Dog, since Dog has been singing the Cyprian praises lately. Ah, I see. This is kind of a bait because the structure... You cannot build a... I don't think you can build a warden here. I think it's too close to the bottom strip of the map. So that's not really that useful for Shambler. I don't know if he knows that or what. Maybe you can? Is he going to bamboozle me? No. I think he just realized that he just spent 75 minerals twice for no reason. Bye. I thought this was bigger, LMAO. Are you going to... I guess he wouldn't type GG anyway, but maybe this is the shortest replay of the bunch. You shouldn't even bother attacking these, to be honest. Get back to mining, dude. I guess if he wastes an entire... Like... Okay, no, he's realized. He's like, yeah, okay, never mind. I'm just going to kill him with something else. I was going to say, if he wastes the whole time killing it with... There's probably some cost efficiency there where he actually broke even. But that's all right. So it's going to be Stockade Fulcrum with the Cyprian. Grand Library coming past the gateway. Very late racks. What? Oh, Shambler's just trying to do psychological warfare. It wasn't that late, to be honest with you. It was slightly late, but not very late. And I think the reason why it was slightly late is because he started harvesting Vespene in the middle of it. What a wild experience. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the gambling. Thanks for reminding me, dog. So the gamble is up, if you guys want to see what's happening here. Remember, Oya is a newcomer, but Shambler just wasted 150 minerals. So is that even? Vulture leaving the map? Shambler is so wrong. So completely wrong. Well, he's going to go ahead and do the Vulture Flood behind it, and a third Fulcrum. Okay, all on one base. Interesting. I have no idea what Oya is planning, but he's definitely bamboozled Shambler, just by the fact that this is his first time playing the race, to my knowledge anyway, and he's like, yeah, I'd like to experiment. And then Shambler's like analyzing every detail. Drakodons on the high ground are going to be a little bit difficult to break, but if you have enough Vultures, you can do a lot of damage here, even to the Atreus that's about to finish. There is a Hierophant coming now. Unit control, leaving something to be desired there. Well, he has an opportunity to maybe dive onto the Zealots, but the Striders are going to sort of bowl them back. Oh, kind of glancing blow there. He's going to trade one Vulture down for sure. Zealot almost dead. There's more where that came from. Cyprian and Vulture just kind of waypointing across the map. We got more units streaming across. Well, one more Cyprian is on the way. Vultures are trying their best to glide forward. The Cyprian power is still quite powerful, quite high. Second Atreus done, though. Gonna get a lot harder now. Trying to see what he can do to break down the door, but with the Cyprians going down, that's a lot of the DPS gone. A very interesting army, honestly. I feel like this kind of army is potentially quite powerful, actually. The Cyprians are really good. Vultures can be really strong as well. Oh, he's got a big stack of vultures heading back in. If Shambler's not careful and he continuously face tanks the mines, even down to like this bridge, that's going to activate Oyu's trap in a big way. And it doesn't really feel like that's something Shambler should do, but I mean, since when does Shambler do what Shambler should do? The answer is very infrequently. Looking for the expansion now, but Oya just adding an anchor. Looks like his vultures are going to get caught in the way through, and maybe that's going to set him up for a bit of a drive-by with 3 vultures. You do start one-shotting scribes. Ooh, he could have picked the guy going for the Nexus, but he's a little bit too late. Maybe he could try to pick that Ecclesiast, but it looks like he just wants to lay the mines and go after the workers. He has actually been making more workers this entire time, despite them being on the same base count. So the drill is going to be very successful. But he still ends up picking something like 4 workers there, and Shambler is already down, apparently, by 4. And there's the Ministry on location for Oya. More vultures where that came from. The infantry have come back. Cyprians can garrison the anchor. And what do you... I mean, I guess you have a pretty scary amount of Striders right now from Shambler's POV. Like, that's a strong army. If it moved across the map, it would be quite deadly. But the mines are going to slow them down forever since there's no embassy. And again, the vultures can just threaten the backstab if they get too handsy. Fresh vulture's going to lay mines. This one is set up for a 4 run-by. He's got the 1 Atreus at the ramp. He'll have a couple more units soon, so it looks like that one should be a bit less successful. The mines are being laid across the map. Now, we do have this sort of trap card sprung. Unfortunately for Oya, he did not bring all 4 vultures, because then if you lose one coming up, it's still something that's a possibility for you to get some good worker damage, right? You can still one-tap the workers. He gets 1 worker and sort of forces a bit of a drill and confuses Shambler some more and just makes him entirely discombobulated on the way down. I can't believe it, dude. Well, the Goliaths are out. He's got Cyprians in the anchor. He's laid his mines. Added the more heavy mason count. Oh, he's got a huge number of masons down here that could be transferred. 27 or something. 25 on minerals, I think. Need some big ups there. Again, I don't know that Shambler can really do much versus this composition. Goliaths are going to be kind of poor versus Atreus, but... Well, hey, if you get those mine hits, though. Down goes the Ecclesiast. Atreus's are going to be blocked by the vultures initially, and the Goliaths are going to lay into the Striders in the close range. You can see them just kind of sauntering forward. I feel like right about now, there is a nice little grinding down, but remember, Shambler's units are going to start taking some hull damage. The Cyprians are steadily doing good damage down to individual targets. Finally, the anchor will go down, and I don't know if Oya really has that much left in production. He's going to say, okay, so you need those big goons. But, I mean, he's still technically in the game. He could have been making units this whole time. Wasn't really doing that, though. And so I guess that, yeah, he's saying I fucked up GG, and there you go. He wants to give it another go as Terran, apparently. But Shambler will take that game. I agree with Lucy in the chat. Sympathetic embarrassment abound. Not the kind of game we wanted to see from him. And, you know, like, Oya kind of, bit of a different story. Obviously, there were some blunders there, but first time playing Terran, I think. So, not necessarily, you wouldn't expect much. You know what I mean? You wouldn't expect much. Let's get back into it very quick here. Gamba going back up for you guys. Oya versus the Shambler. 2 minutes to make your selection. Oya in the bottom right is the Zafir Terran. Oh, he's Ultramarine. It looks Zafir on this tile set. Shambler in the bottom left is, I'm going to say jet black, but it's regular black again. And he is going to be proxying? No, instant scouting. Okay. What's going on, Aud? Post-Terran disorder. Toss can bust those positions with only gateway units and good micro. I see. Oh, he's probably trying to make a play on words about PTSD, but like post-Terran stress disorder or something. Yeah. I feel like the gateway armies can be pretty good at busting those kinds of spots. However, also Oya could have defended his position a bit better. He didn't really pounce on any of the opportunities with the mines, besides his little harrying attacks here and there. He also probably could have won with the Cyprian Vulture push. That's not something we see that often. But if he had like maybe one extra Cyprian and was taking better trades with the Vultures, the Atreus can't get through the Vultures to kill the Cyprians, and the Draconans don't outrange the Cyprians, even though they have the homing attack. So there's a lot there that I think could have gone the way of the Terran. We'll have to see if anybody else wants to try that kind of Cyprian Vulture attack or some kind of mixed biomech attack. I think biomech is a legit run. It's a legit option, but we'll have to see if it ends up being a thing in the future. It's not something I've seen that much of, to be honest with you. I've seen people try, like, Newt's done 1 Stockade Cyprian expand into, like, 3 Folk or 4 Folk. So I've seen that, but I haven't really seen, just making a Stockade for actual combat units, aside, like, moving with the Cyprians and stuff. So Chandler's going to say never lucky because he missed his opponent. But don't worry, Oya's also scouting the wrong direction. He's going for 2 Folk. It's going to be a Gateway Rogue Gallery for the Shambler. Kabbalists don't one-shot Masons, but they still do a lot of damage, so it certainly can be a really nice option there. We'll see if that's exactly what Shambler goes for. Dracula now leaving the base. The Vulture has already been spotted and laid one of its mines. Reaction time here, not really there for either player, but they were both on an attack move, so I guess that's fine. Two Vultures out, 2 more on the way. Second Rogue Gallery is started up here, and it will be a Kabbalist. The Vultures can be pretty scary in this position. Needs to lay 1 more mine, I think. There we go. It will be bopped anyway, but I appreciate the effort. Now coming in with 2 more Vultures. Remember, one of them is very low, and there hasn't been any damage dealt to those Draconans. Shambo's done a really good job of avoiding taking damage from the mines. So he's just going to try to bypass, lay the mines to block the retreat. And that's actually a pretty smart play, right? If you think about it. He's now going to be able to dive in, see the scout, but the Kabbalist will come in the clutch here on the defense. Ooh, he could have maybe tried to focus it down, actually. Oh, will he? He needs 1 more hit. Oh, man, he could have gotten that hit. He could have gotten that hit a few times, but just didn't get it. So there's no trade for the Kabbalist. That was kind of the only thing I was thinking that Terran could have a position in here. He's going to add the Palladium, 2 Folk Palladium, and now he wants to expand. What a guy. He's got 3 Vultures or something, 2 Vultures, and nothing else, but he puts down the Ministry anyway. Wild. Wild. There's no way Oya holds this. This is over already, right? Well, the Kabbalist never left the building, so that's a little bit of an unforced error from Shambler. He's making 2 more, though. His own Scribe Idol could be mining. All right, looks like the ramps will indeed be slowed. Every unit that Oya owns is now stunned. He's making 1 phalanx. Oh, there you go. That's the big stun we needed. Down goes 1 Kabbalist. Oh, the Zealot revealing the other Kabbalist is dirty. And here's the pun. Yeah, by the way, that's not going to help you very much. Okay, so I was correct. This game is over. He's got 1 phalanx being made. That's not going to be enough. See ya. Okay, T is not for me. That's funny because after that, I'm pretty sure later on, there was a period of time where Oyo was in the chat, not in the stream chat, but in the actual game chat, and he was in a position where he was like, dude, Terran can do anything. This is ridiculous. And then, the fact that he tried it a few times and was like, not for me. Not for me. Very funny to me. We'll get ready to cast his next couple of matches against the Shambler, however, because even though Shambler is up by 3, Shambler now switches over to Terran, and we are going to see some Protoss action from Oya. I'm guessing that this will mean that we're going to see some Bio from Shambler. He does believe in the Bio Man. And actually, Bio is now the meta option, so that kind of points to me to say that, it should be a Shambler style that ends up working out for him. I believe he's still planning on playing Zerg in official tournaments, though. Shambler in the top left is going to be our Ooh, Vine Green? Emerald. Emerald Terran. And in the bottom right, we've got Oya, the Vivid Orange. Vivid Orange Protoss. Witness doesn't see mines? Yeah, it does. They're cloaked units. They're considered cloaked units. Gamma back up. And there it is, indeed. The stockade on the way. Gateway coming up here for Oya. No surprises there. We'll be on the lookout for screenshot-worthy moments in these games because I am in the need. I do need some epic screenshots. If you have epic Cosmonarchy screenshots, send them my way. We will make use of them. I'm being interviewed by an Age of Empires creator, Robbie Lava, who wants to, sort of signal boost Cosmonarchy to his audience. We'll be talking with him on Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. So it'll be a good time there. I'll drop the links in the Discord server and my YouTube posts and all that, but it's going to be a good time, for sure, for real. Second stockade on the way now. Need a Brood War versus Starcraft 2 versus AoE Pro show match. Yeah, I guess I could contact AoE Pros. I don't know if they'd be interested. Shambler's Mason has been discovered. It is going to be a Drac-heavy build, and Shambler is going to fall back with his Mavericks. But the second stockade making a Cyprian, I wonder what that's really going to mean. Rogue Gallery for Oya. He wants to try out that Kabbalist that Shambler made. Interesting stuff. See if it ends up working out with him. Coach Stormgate pros. We already have a foot in the door with Hit 'em Up. I don't know anybody. I'm pretty sure, isn't that game actually dead on arrival? I mean, I will have to tell you guys, I am completely ignorant of it. So I don't really know. But, I mean, everybody who's been telling me that it's not really doing anything. So, Bruised Dracodon falling away now. A lot of Cyprians on the high ground. It's going to be pretty hard to bust without some kind of psionic storm, but instead we've got the Rogue Gallery making Vagrants right now for Oya. Looks like he just wants to have a solid enough fighting force. I guess if you get rid of the Mavericks and then you can get some melee units on, pretty hard for the Cyprians to do anything at that point. So, there is that. All right, cross the bridges of death, Shambler attempts to. Looks like he will bully back the Dracodons initially, but this is great stutter stepping now. Probably cycle back that Dracodon that's almost dead. And the last of the Mavericks are an endangered species. This is a very Cyprian heavy composition right about now. Even with those reinforcements counted, we only have 5 Mavericks. Not ideal just yet. Yeah, this is going to be a much better fight here for the Protoss, as long as he should be splitting his army a little bit more, it feels like, but it does look like it's going to work out for him in the end. Targeting down those Cyprians, and without any of those, I mean, he still has a good IDK. What wheat was smoking when he did this to Arbuz. Alameo. Shambler just GG's right there. He's got 3 stockades, and he's got money. Why did he I am confused, man. I don't know, man. Sometimes these players just decide to close the game. Probably out of tilt more than anything. I'm not going to call that one done based on what I saw there. Regardless, though, Shambler is going to be down a game now. Oya on the board. Oya on the board. We're going back to Punch Drunk for the second to last and the actual last game. So let's do it. Oya in the top left, our golden brown. No, Beastra brown Protoss. In the top right, we've got Shambler Emerald once again. Rocking out. Have to see, have to see. I do wonder about the situation for some of these guys. Like, Shambler's been playing so many different races because of the Neblime Best of Nines, and I don't really know what to make of that, to be honest with you. So, feels like a sort of a fever dream situation there for anybody who's trying to track what Shambler's even going to do. And I guess sometimes that makes it easier to fight him, because you just kind of play a normal game. Sit push, you need to build up and then hit at a point where the Protoss power lulls. Yeah, it's probably good advice there, dog. Thinking about how it was just a gateway setup for Oya, and he didn't really... He had a rogue gallery making vagrants, but he didn't really pivot off of the position he was in, right? So... Double stockade once again. Shambler wants to give it another go, so it would seem. He's the one who's smoking now. Never lucky, he says, as his opponent scouts him first and he scouts his opponent last. That's the second time in the series he's mentioned that. And he is in the chat. You. What's up, Shamble? We've got multiple Mavericks on the way. And we've got multiple Dracodons on the way. First one of which is already out. It is actually going to go ahead and catch the Mason incoming, so... No real useful scout here besides the fact that at least one gateway was made. Mavericks are going to stand vigil at the third base. Oh yeah, thinking about maybe going for the expand, instead he queues up more dragons. So, no worries there. The Mavericks fall away. We haven't really seen too many large-scale conflicts here just yet. Stim after the Dracodon is going to be pretty deadly for it. Maybe he should have went up the ramp instead, but now he's going to get fully surrounded. And you can see how fast they make short work of him. Oh, he was like, oh, 18 DPS is no joke. So the Grand Library for Storm I like a lot more than Rogue Gallery, but we did see that Shambler moved out a little bit too quickly in the last game, and so he ended up getting pieced apart. Got Delta in the chat. What's up? What's up? I feel like with the impending Cantavis, this should provide a decent amount of control over the battlefield here, but Shambler's going for the star pad, and that does mean we're going to be seeing, well, at least in my opinion, I think what we're going to end up seeing here is a heavy number of drops and maybe Anseals for protection versus the Striders as well. And now we've got that Nexus on the way, as one of the gateways has gone idle. It's worth pointing out, people are talking about, in the chat here, stuff about, like, Witness, Embassy, and stuff. And Ayud's name keeps coming up. He's also in the chat. Shout out Ayud. This man is now playing random. He's holding the torch, carrying the torch of Hit 'em Up, which I think is very funny. And you know what? Why not? Let's see what he can do. Trojan halfway complete. Got the Cyprians coming, so it looks like it will be a Cyprian drop. Can only fit 4 of those in a Trojan, but still can be worth it. Now we've got the move out with that first Cantavis. Hierophants have been made. Nexus is nearly complete. Gonna have that transfer come in. Amaranths and Dracodons on the way. Very much unprotected position here, but without the Cyprians, there's a real chance that the Storm and the Zealots just gun through everything that Shambler has. So it looks like he might think about using Mavericks for the drop instead. What is he thinking here? It's like he hasn't decided what he actually wants to drop. Oh, he's waiting for a second drop. He's gonna leave with all these Mavericks? Dude, just as the enemy attacks in, too. That's so wild to me. Narrowly didn't see the Trojans being loaded up. We do have 16 Mavericks missing. Storm is going to make it complicated for the Cyprians up there. As long as the... Oh, no! The Cantavis is actually... Well, that's a little bit of an unforced error, isn't it now? Attacking into the natural, though. The Cyprians can't be everywhere at once from their position on the high ground, and so they have to evacuate. We don't have anything at home for Oya. He's got, what, the one Dracodon? Everything else has left the building. No defenses whatsoever. So he's going to start tearing down the Ministry, which is going to be pretty good, actually. And the Dropster is completely idle. Shambler's multitasking, certainly falling down. He's making 2 anchors at the top of the ramp. Ministry not quite being repaired by enough. It's only 1 Mason, and so it still might be enough to beat this army back. Now the drops come out. With a lot of idle workers left over, they're going to pull away immediately, but that's a lot of Mavericks. Oh no, Shambler does not want to attack into here. As soon as the attack move turns back around, his army is mulched, and then he's got nothing for defense. There's a storm, but it's only for a short while. Now the Scribe's trying to get the hell out of dodge. They're going to see if they can drill up, but you do not want to drill into stemmed Yeah, that's not going to work, buddy. So now we dive forward. Do we have any units in here? Just Mavericks. That's not going to be that much, honestly. The Striders are going to see if they can punch through, and I think they can. They end up picking the right target as well. That was the one with the limited number of Mavs in it. And so the last of the Zealots will fall, but there's no hope that anything else is going to go the way of Shambler. Now, Oya doesn't have any money coming right now. He does have a Cantavis he can use. Shambler's not careful. Well, it's too busy trying to fight with all these all these Masons. Oh, the Cantavis gets a storm off. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a lot of dead Mavs on the other side. This is over, I think. Shambler has some money in the bank, but I don't think he can stabilize versus all these Dracs. You can see Oya trying to move around here. His own Scribes have made it over. The Maverick has 12 health. You can kill that. You could kill that. He's going to end up losing his Nexus. Does he really need it? As the one Dracodon has finally died to all of the Masons. But there's more units where that came from, and 3 Harvesters are here with, 7 more on the way. A Wraith arrives, only to be shot down. Goodbye. I choked. GG. That was a pretty action-packed game. I liked that game. I'm a fan of that match. Oh, yeah, we'll take it. Beautiful. What's up, Chumbecca? Or however you pronounce your name. You should give me the exact pronunciation of your name if you can. Sound it out for me, because I've been saying it wrong. Guess you got your screenshot, call it Labor Strike. Yeah, that's true. I should go back into the replay and check that one. All right, we are going into our final match between these 2 players. The Shambler versus Oya. We'll duke it out one more time on Punch Drunk. And Oya is up 2-3. Well, this might end up being an even scoreline after all. Or Shambler will take it all. We're not sure yet. Oh yeah, the bottom right is our lovely Vivid Orange. And the Shambler in the bottom left is our lovely Emerald. They're both lovely colors. Very easy on the eyes, I would say. And Shambler's going to go ahead and scout with his first Mason. Is that real? One of his first Masons? I don't know. That feels a little early. Gateway on the way for Oya. Stockade on the way. It's apparently we're going to call this one Pro Yesco now because I got to rebrand myself. We got pros all over the place. We'll see what the pros can do, though. I think I want to say that like 3 out of 5 participants who have guaranteed signed up for Weekend Wage are pros. We got Hanmano, Oya, and Ziki already gaming. We'll see if Ultra and Boneth and DeWalt and Skillus are interested. Skillus from Starcraft 2. I also invited Young Yakov. I don't think Trigger will be available, nor maybe that interested, but I guess I could invite him as well. Why not? He's in the Discord server. There is that. I invited a few other pros as well in DMs, but we'll see what they say. Yeah, Hanmano really likes it. I'm always a bit surprised when the pros get that starry-eyed about the game, so I'm happy about that. Oya's gonna come up here and find the never lucky Mason. But if he says never lucky one day, well, I guess that might still be a... Yeah. At this point, oh, you should know he's in the bottom left or something. You know what I mean? Draken now leaving the base. The Maverick has to pull away. Shambler knows the timing. It's probably still good to move across this way to see if it's like a Zealot or something. It's really rare for it to be a Zealot. But you can outrun the Zealot with Stim. You might be able to outrun the Zealot, the Legionnaire with Stim, but I'm not sure. Oh, you just up arrows, Shambler's edgelordiness. Shambler is inadvertently, sort of, not really quoting the Star Sovereign, saying the gods weep for her, but that's all right. Forcing a number of extra stims here is Oya, which is definitely going to be good since his Dracodon is pretty much dead. Ooh, could have maybe forced one extra, but each time, you know, each one of those is 40 damage to the army, softening them up for further Dracodon use. Technically, let's think about that. Maverick has 60 health, so he did force 3 stims. That means that every one of those Mavericks is one less Dracodon shot to die. Pretty good. Grand Library on the way, Hierophant and Dracodon on the way. We have a bit of an odd split here, but just kind of watching for the army. Oya definitely has vision of this, so he's going to pull away. Leading with some of the wounded ones. The Grand Library will finish up pretty soon. He's got the 4 Striders. I mean, he's not really in any danger, but Chandler's going to go ahead and stim. See what he can find. I think, you know, you're not expecting a Nexus just yet. Oh, that's very bold from Shambler. He does want to dive in. He's going to try to go after the Hierophant, which is a good target. He should be able to pop it, but the Dracodons will be a bit harder with their extra armor, and so I don't expect him to get much of anything else. Oh, narrowly lives. 2 more Maverick shots would have done it, but not quite able to. Oh, I guess not. They deal 6 damage, and they would have only been reduced by 1 armor, so 1 more Maverick shot would have done it. Pretty deadly. Losing only the Hierophant and a hell lot of health on that one Dracodon, but there's plenty of Mavericks where that came from, and they're all healthy. So the Ministry goes down, and it is quite early. We got an Atreus out as well. A Herald coming. We love Heralds for Protoss. Underutilized, in my opinion. Anchor goes down, but yeah, this is pretty hard one for Oya to fight, I think. The Zealot gets focused down. Next up is the Hierophant. There goes the low HP Dracodon as well. Really good damage spread from Oya. Very, very nice micro. And he is going to end up losing that last one, but the Zealot's not going to run in, and this whole time we haven't actually had that much on the way. Now, the Anchor will get garrisoned. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But it does feel like this is something that Oya can ignore. He could have just maybe walked away from. I don't know. He could have walked around, get on top of the production there. But, you know, he has the Atreuses. He's got an Amaranth coming as well, great for tanking. I don't know. I think Shambler will be able to stabilize here. Let's see if the Herald can do much of anything. Again, not going after the Masons there. And that Maverick's helping out from the high ground as well. Don't help things there whatsoever. He can definitely fight the Mavericks. That's not in concern. He just needs to cycle back the Dracodon that they're targeting. Not great micro on that front, but... hemorrhaging a lot of units, forcing another Cyprian out. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. I think if he had more Atreuses, he could maybe think about trying to break through this position, but they obviously have that interception passive, which makes it so that their shot will be blocked. So they can't even focus down the repairmen. But that's what Storm is for. You have access to Storm, and he's only now making a Cantavis. What's this guy thinking? Shambler still... he is up in eco in terms of mineral efficiency, in terms of gas income. So it makes sense that he's already figuring out... he's going to add his Star Pad, 4th Stockade, 2nd Trojan on the way. He doesn't have so many units to actually load in, but hey, Oya's also kind of playing fast and loose. He's got his Warden for defense, but that's not going to protect him against 16 Mavericks, if that's what drops on him. Second Cantavis has arrived. We've got plenty of action to come, I'm sure. Storm does work pretty well to kill the Masons repairing the anchors, but Cyprians get a lot of range. They have 7 range base. They get +2 within an anchor, so You are talking about an artillery unit, effectively. Now, it's Mavericks and 2 Cyprians. 6 Mavs, 2 Sips. No units are really here besides the units that are coming out. This drop could do a lot of damage. Let's see what Oya's reaction is. He had that Amaranth, but is he going to actually pull it away? Trying to drill on top. It's not really ideal. Oh, he could go after the Cyprian here. Looks like that Warden's actually going to stay alive, so didn't get so many worker kills, right? Only 1 so far. Now, this is where the money shot is, though. The Zealot did not accompany the workers, trying to help out a little bit more. And it looks like it will end up shielding these workers with its life. Looks like 4 workers went down there. Trying to pull away. This is just a very annoying position here, but Shambler has kind of mismicroed that. Lost one of the Cyprians. And lost the other one. So that's a wrap there. He's got 2 more Mavs. Meanwhile, though, he has been steadily getting ahead in workers. 3rd Ministry on the way. Hopefully goes after that mineral only. Frustration stage. Pariah's on the way. Yeah, Pariahs are pretty deadly. Cyprian anchors are airborne. I actually think it's a lot easier to attack into them when they're across the way like this, because you can just go to the high ground and come down. But we'll see. He can't actually... The buildable space starts here. It ends with all of these like zigzag tiles. So he can't actually build over there. Or land over there as a result. Gee, I wonder. Probably could be subbed out for like solar array tiles or whatever so that it's more obvious. Maybe like have a separation line here that's solar array. That's probably what I would do. Anyway. Potentate's on the way for that mid-range damage. Pretty good stat stick in that respect. Probably really good at dealing with ant seals. I guess if you don't want to make unitary unions for Unars, you can sort of sub them out for the Potentate. There's the 3rd base on location coming in here, and Shambler's 3rd Ministry is floating over. We've got the Cantavus just in the nick of time, it feels like. Some zoning storms. Try to be focused down by the bio units, but I don't know if that's going to work out too well. They're doing a lot of stack damage to those Harakans, and honestly, they're doing damage to the Cyprians behind them. Definitely got to watch out and respect those. Only one of them's gone down so far. However, the Nexus is going to need to be canceled still, and there goes another Cantavus as well. Oh no, don't frontline with the Cantavus. Oh, he got the storm out, but it was ugly. Now the Pariahs will make short work of these poor fellas. Hey, even bops the ant seal on the way out. Beautiful. Now, Terran has still been able to expand ahead of the Protoss in this way, but losing all of those bio units is going to kind of set him behind, and he hasn't been teching along the same way. Remember, Cyprians cost 50 Vespene each, so every one of those Cyprians lost is like 2 Dracodons in terms of gas cost. Obviously a lot less in terms of minerals. Now we got Sycophants coming. Okay, that'll help out with the tankiness of the front line. Argosy on the way. That's going to be pretty deadly. If we can spike up with Chaff, the Pariahs can do a lot of damage. 4th base on the way as well for Oya. Going to go ahead and take that 3 o'clock position. Stockades being added. We've got a massive drop earmarked for the main base, and nothing is watching for it down here. So this is probably going to be very damaging. Army's going to have to scramble up the ramp, and the Scribes are going to have to get the hell out of Dodge. But, you know, with this many combat units, particularly since some Harakans are mixed in, you can tear down production structures here. He does just do a quick worker transfer, so even if he doesn't respond as quickly as he ought to with his workers, he isn't going to lose as much as he would have otherwise. But yeah, the Nexus is going to be targeted. And, you know, this base is still flush. Still got plenty of action here. But you can see just how much damage it does. Sniping the Nexus is a good one. He wants to go after the Grand Library itself. And he might still be able to take it out. One of the Pariahs has gone down. So there goes the Grand Library with its nearly complete Cantavus. A tragedy, indeed. And it looks like he's going to abandon the bio. They have definitely paid for themselves there. Argosy was also scouted in the process. So we've got a tech advantage for our Protoss and an economic advantage for our Terran. We'll see how that really changes shape here, because he's just mostly making a lot of Cyprians. And now, mother of all Cyprian counters, the Solarian, where even the stewards block the incoming penetrating shot. I wonder if there's something to the idea that, like, when he's facing off against other pros, it does feel like he's dealing with less, feels like he's dealing with a little bit less, I guess you could say, like, he doesn't worry about the knowledge gap as much, you know what I mean? When he's facing off against Zeke or Wolfix, he's just like, yeah, I kind of know how they play in StarCraft 1, and so I'm going to adapt that over here. But he doesn't know what's coming to him when he's up against a more, dedicated Cosmonarch, a homegrown talent. What's coming to him right now is a big worker hit here, a big eco hit to his 4th base. And Shambler is going to guarantee some more economic advantage for him, and Oya is definitely kind of down as a result. Whether he understands, acknowledges that the army here is, it's boxed in. It's still going to be pretty deadly, though. Let's see. The Solarian has to activate. There's the Stewards that'll block the shots of the Cyprians. They'll still go down, but they're free units. The Solarian just makes them over time. It only costs time. Yeah, that was pretty cost efficient, honestly. A lot more Hurricans, not as many Cyprians. And again, as we get more Solarians up, we're going to be in a much better position on the Protoss side over time. Still kind of surprising to me. I mean, there's plenty of canvassing going on for Shambler. He knows exactly where his opponent is. He's got 9 o'clock set up as well. Like, Oya rebuilds a base that gets sniped, and then another one goes down. So it's pretty rough for him. But a frontal attack is not quite going to work out. Dude, this is why you need autocords. I'm telling you. That would be so good. Anti-transport unit with a weapon that calculates how many units are inside a transport and deals bonus damage. No, I mean, I could see a world where we have something that deals damage to targets inside the transports as well, but that feels like a pretty hard countery unit, pretty gimmicky in my opinion. Once again, diving on to 3 o'clock here. It's just a couple of the units. Only Hurricans aren't going to help out too much. We'll see if the OE even cancels that. But the big canvas is going to come in down here in the bottom. Matrices are up. There goes the Pariah down south. The Hurricans rending its armor. Only the one Solarian. Where's the other one? Oh, okay. It's coming out from the rally point on the Nexus. Yeah, okay. That Nexus could actually finish and get cleaned up later. Meanwhile, not a whole lot of ground army here for Oya left. If he loses this Nexus, I think he can wrap this game up because that's a lot of his income right now, even though it is only mineral. Again, not really respecting the fact that he has the mineral-only bases and then going for a lot more on the side of the gateway, you know? Like, he could make way more gates. Oh no, his scraps are coming back. He's also experiencing that very fun time when his Solarians had to wait for their stewards had to wait for them to rearm again. Like they take some time to repair, and so they weren't firing anymore, even though it said he had 12. That's not really like a bug as much as it is just kind of maybe bad UX or whatever to tell the player what's going on. Bad player feedback. But definitely a situation where Shambler takes the game. Shambler takes the majority of the games, and very unfortunate there for Oya. I liked his adaptations, but he just didn't really have enough growth. And Shambler's window for winning that game was closing. So good on him to have figured it out when he did. All right. We are now getting ready to dive into our next chunk of replays. Like I was mentioning here, I want to see about some Han Mono Cannoli games. We're going to go to Patadia for 4 matches between these two players. I'm going to get our Gamba prepared and then get our overlay prepared. Man, some of those games were very deranged. Okay, it looks like these are the same version that we had. We don't even have to change our pre-release version to watch these replays. Very cool. These are all played on the 5th of September, just one day before we had the show match that featured Han Mono, actually. So here we are, guys. Gamba up. It is Cannoli in the top left, our Pumpkin Zerg. Han Mono in the bottom right as our Electric Blue Terran. And this is one of Han Mono's practice games before his show match. Played on the day before. He got his grind on. I mean, he totally installed the game right before the show match, guys. Wink, but actually not really. Cannoli, one of the mainstays of Cosmonarchy competitions. He's been out here doing all kinds of epic things. And he used to do Hatch first every game. He had a brief stint where he was doing Hydrith first every game. And it looks like he's going to do that this game as well. But I don't think that's his only build order. I've seen more recent games from him that don't feature that. It will be a Fulcrum opener for Han Mono. Why doesn't he like Bio versus Zerg? I really wonder the answer to that question. Well, at least that's not really true because he did open Bio in the show match a lot. But I do wonder. Like, sometimes he'll do like all mech games and other times he'll do all Bio games. And I don't know. I mean, because there's no upgrades, it does feel like there's a lot of room for you to have that more flexible army, right? And maybe Han Mono's just not used to that yet. Because you typically can't do unupgraded bio after you've got maxed out upgrades on your mech or whatever, you know what I mean? I can't remember. Maybe somebody who actually followed the situation would be able to tell me better. But does Stormgate even have those kinds of upgrades? Because I heard that they got rid of those, the sequential upgrades. I guess we'll have to find out never, because I'm not going to download and install that game. But Cannoli's Droleth has found a spot that the Vulture cannot hit. Oh, never mind. We found him. Wait, no. It's still there. Ah, Han Mono. Just gave it up. We've got one I0 core, and that's it for defense. So the Vulture could definitely do some damage here. We'll see. Second Vulture leaving the base as well. It's a 1 Fulk expand build with the second Fulcrum on the way after. I wonder, do you need to worry about Zerg doing some kind of aggressive build order that counters this? You know what I mean? You know me, I'm all about those economic build orders where you get a ton of like early tempo on your town center. I like that. That's an option. I would like that to be an option for all races. But we'll see if that's the case here. Now 3 I0 cores leave the building. Get those bounce attacks on the Vultures. Trying to soften them up. Oh, that one's going to be a little bit rough. Han Mono is going to be going up against some Hydra soon, though. That should help break this out. You still want the I0 cores for tanking. Because if you ignore them, then you're going to get hit by a bunch of bounce attacks. So, and Han Mono's control with those Vultures is still looking pretty good. He's got a lot of idle masons back at home. He's going to task them onto the natural here. Getting his third fulcrum underway. I love the pocket base here for Cannoli. With his scout worker. That's working out quite nicely for him. Some of those mine connections kind of working against Hanmano, especially at the end there, but at first it was looking really good for him. Not a single dead Zerg unit after that first Iziracore was killed earlier. The burrow trap. The burrow trap is upon us. Yeah. Now up to 5 Fulcrum, just making vultures. Hanmano not too interested in anything else just yet. Ovaleth for mine detection, maybe for a drop as well. And we've got 4 Hydras out here, and now everything is, the trap is sprung. A couple of those mine connections going to work out a little bit. Starting to add some Droleth here. A little bit harder to make this work without the detection out now, so it does feel like Hanmano's going to need to go back to the drawing board there. A lot of Hydras, a lot of Iziracores. This base isn't really providing too much value just yet, but the longer the game goes on, the more even the eco will end up looking. Cannoli can try to take his own expand as he continues to push back the mech menace. More vultures. Now making a lot of phalanxes. You know, their tank mode is able to focus down some targets with low HP, but I don't like them. If the vultures go down before the phalanxes are actually out, it feels like this is going to be a really awkward position for our Terran player. It's going to go ahead and wipe out the last of the mines, so the map is completely dark and scary for Hanmano, but his phalanxes are coming out. Capping his ridge, got his phalanxes coming, more Iziracores on the way. Oh my god, it's the slowest elevator of all time. He just unloaded one of his units over here. That's really funny to me. I can't believe what I'm witnessing. What's he doing behind this? Okay, Tethvith on the way. He's got 9 Hydras and 3 Izzies. If it worked, it worked. Last ferry. Starpad on the way at the natural. Yeah, there's nothing bracing on Mono for this assault. I guess the Hydras could go ahead and attack the Palladium, and the Iziracores could go after the worker line. And the Ovaleth is going to fly over the military on the other side. Hello. Insult to injury that he blows up a mine, slowing down his units with the Cyclops. Well, I didn't think they would just get a Ministry kill here, but apparently they will. It's really, truly impressive, to be honest with you. And that's how much the army gets crushed by what Hanmano has, but just wasn't in the right spot. Now this base has grown to like 16 workers if you count the gas workers. We got Bactals and Teths on the way. Cannoli is still only on 2 base, so I guess this isn't so out of whack, but I can't believe it. Oh, that Ovaleth is still alive here. Can only trying to navigate it. I can't wait till we have a Tetzoracor model, dude. That's going to be so epic. I guess we'll need a new Hydra model so that we can then make a new Bactyl model as well. What do you guys think? Oh, I can't... Yeah, the new Zorius model wasn't in by now, so even if we see those later, we will not see it quite activate. Well, the Tetzoracors are actually kind of getting flattened here. Oh, the Phalanx count is all spread out, though. Where are the rest of them? Look at where they are. They're all over the place. The Cyclops has to double back to those other positions. And all the Iziracors are spreading the damage around. The Bactylists are shredding them. Man, if all the Phalanxes were in one spot, I think those Tets would not have done the job. Cyclops sucks, and Cannoli can only LOL at that, right? Question mark? What is Cannoli even going to say to that? Cannoli doesn't type too often. Devastated. Oh, he is typing. He's composing a message. Nope. I guess we'll speed up a little bit. There you go. Cannoli giving him a little bit of advice. If you can kite, it's better. All right. I wasn't sure what we were expecting there at the end there, but Cannoli will take the first game. Honestly, not too much of a surprise. You know, Hanmana's still learning stuff. But I'm sure that there are some bangers in here that are well worth our experience. So game 2 coming up between these two players. Go ahead and get another prediction going, and we will start things off strong. Hanmana in the bottom right. He is our turquoise Terran. I don't know what 100% increase is. Stim? No, that's 50%. I don't know what that. Well, Cannoli is the Pumpkin Zerg in the top left. We already know that. Stim. Oh, yeah, Stim. Very nice. Hello, Drawn. The proxy stockades that we've seen, actually Hanmano has done them. I think people just don't really experiment with proxies that much until the tournaments kick in, and then they throw it in there as like a total wild card surprise move. That's my best way of describing it to you guys. So yes, it does happen. It's just not always what you see. When we get into like the Acropolis season and stuff, we'll see proxies again. Yeah, I mean, Ayud's right that the slower movement for workers does reduce the power of proxy, but I don't think that's probably a good thing for game health. I still think that proxies will be used. They just won't be as frequent, right? That's all. Like, there's reasons for you to do proxies under certain circumstances. Probably certain maps will be better for it than others. This one's a really long rush distance map, so I don't think you'll ever see that. But there are some maps that are shorter rush distance. Probably on Serenity is when you would see, like, proxies have a lot of value. Or any matchup where you scout kind of early, because you're going to have your scout across the map anyway. Some maps, like Brainstorm or Port of Bluestorm, has temples in the middle, and temples are power fields, so Protoss can proxy there. You can build an allied and neutral power fields. That's one example. Oh, the Mavericks are getting torn up here. Hold on. Amano did a double stockade expand. He's going to try to stim down these Iziracors, and Cannoli wasn't controlling them. He's still going to fucking clean house there, do a lot of damage. One more Iziracor is on the field already. We can definitely get some more coming. And it doesn't look like Hamana wants to push the issue, though. He's got a lot of stockade units, a lot of Mavericks. Vestry on the way, wants his healing. With Gorgs being delayed, Mavs have free reign. I guess that's another thing, right? Gorg cores don't really come up too often. In my opinion, Lakes are still really good into bio, but for whatever reason, we haven't seen Zerg using them much. I feel like they might be like PTSD from just the fact that like Eidolon Savant was destroying people, but now Cyprians are the go-to. Surely, with Cyprians being the go-to, Lakes are going to get way better now, right? They have even range with each other, and obviously you need detection to shoot the Lakes, and the Spines just wreck Cyprians because they're so clumped up. But anyway, we'll have to see how that matchup evolves over time. How's it been so far? What's up, Spheroid? Been a hot minute since I've seen you in the YouTube chat. So far, so good with the games. We've seen some pros learning a thing or two. I love Cannoli's little burrow traps. He's always so tactical with them. I guess we're kind of in that position where we should start expecting Cannoli to qualify to battlements and probably to throne room as well. Like, I don't think we can sleep on him anymore. Sure, his mechanics aren't the same as other players, and yeah, we've been getting a lot more pro attention and stuff, but there's something about the situation that tells you, like, I don't know, there's something about what we're seeing here that to me is just so different. Just make Lakers and win game. Yeah, true, dog. Why move command when you can A-click? I guess I don't even know what you're talking about quite, but oh, you're talking about when the Azira cores moved across the map? I don't know. Not sure. Like, is actually the only thing that can compete with Mass Stockade. Could be. Could be true. I think Teth's doing a really good job. Teth Bactyl. Bactyl Lake is a bit too gas intensive on usual, like, 2-base economies. I think when you get to 3-base and you've capped your ridges, you can kind of do it. And obviously, it's a bit cheaper if you have Oxel Cesiants at Tier 2 to go that kind of thing. But at Tier 2, you have other options you might want to be leveraging as well. So. A lot of Mavericks moving. We got a couple Shamans trying to support them. And a third base coming up. Very dangerous location for the third base, in my opinion. This third is very difficult to hold a lot of the time. Look how wide the choke is, you know? Watchdog at the extremity. Hanmano did this in the show match as well. I really wish the Watchdog was over here. It has really good weapon range. Okay, let's see if Hanmano gets baited in. We've got the Bactylisks out, and there's the Burrow. Didn't deploy his Shamans, so he didn't have that detection. He's still trying to beat him back, but I think the Azira core count is more than enough here. Stims weren't quite on point either, so not even as much DPS as you would want here. So that's a wrap on those units. The Ovaleth almost died to a Watchdog. That poorly placed Watchdog almost killed the Ovaleth. I can't believe it. I think Hanmano's going to have to dial in his openings a little bit here because Cannoli seems to be running over him. The Ministry should be able to be saved. Because at least if you finish it, you can lift it off. And so it looks like that's exactly what we're going to see here. Ooh, the triple Azira core drop with that very wounded Ovaleth. Here we go. Nothing protecting them. One stimmed Maverick. One underpaid bouncer trying to kick these guys out of the club. Oh, good grief. He's called for backup. Well, he's still got pretty comparable worker counts to his opponents, but when you lose that many, you're like, what the hell, man? Good little moves there to kill that Ovaleth. We do have a third base coming for Cannoli, and a fourth. Look at that. Oh no, Hanmano. You forgot. You forgot your base. There you go. He remembered his base. Well, if you look at the weapon range preview, like a good chunk of the weapon range to the right is just not even being used. And it has really good vision range as well. It has the same vision range as it has weapon range, so if you can see it, you're going to shoot it. All right. Got to make sure to get those stims going. It's looking like a little bit better for Hanmano at first than the last fight. But the Basilisks are still unchallenged right now, and there's still Aziricors to soak up the damage. So that's another crushing loss for him at the end of the day, where at first it looked like he was trading pretty well, but then the Aziricors collapsed upon him, and now he's only got a few Cyprians to his name. So this looks like it is a dead Bioman walking. Cannoli might hesitate a little bit, though. He has started to switch into a lot of Cyprians, trying to get more Mavericks out. He's got so many units queued up, though. Meanwhile, Cannoli has so little units queued up. He's got 2,000 minerals. How's about you put down, like, 5 or so Hatcherosks, buddy? More stockades. We must have more. And you know what? Units out of the stockade do train pretty quickly, so... It's going to be a while before the corpse consumption mechanics start kicking in. Need to tech into those pretty deliberately. I guess, funnily enough, the Escozi will probably use a lot of corpses early on. They've got the Mimic unit that consumes corpses by walking over it and turns them into health. And they've got the scrapyard recyclers, like the Scrap World recyclers, that take the units that they debuff have their corpses consumed and give you money. They've got 2 units that do that. So that can be pretty useful. And those are all tier 1 units. What is the tier 1 corpse consumption? Are there tier 1 corpse consumptions? I guess you would just say like Hierophant. It consumes enemy corpses for the attack speed boost. Obviously, there's self-corpse consumption with like Vengeance, Ecclesiast, Vassal at tier 1. Yeah, I think Escozi have a little bit more than that. I'm definitely going to have Blood Summon units that, like, when a unit's corpse is nearby, they can consume it to, like, leap towards it. That's definitely going to be a thing. And, like, when they leap towards it, they'll get some kind of combat bonus or something. Alright, the Tetzoricors are not in the right spot for this fight for Cannoli. He's got a lot of Basilisks, and they're basically his front line. I don't think he was expecting Hanmano's army to all be up there by the third base. Even still, now that he's corrected his error, his Tetzoricors are going to do so much damage to the bio on the front line, and the Cyprians are trying to do their best, but this is way too little, and Hanmano has to think about this one. Cannoli's always so mysterious with his responses. Too late savant, question mark? And he just says, probably. Probably. Well, the question is now basically, will Hanmano take any games from Cannoli? Because we're going in on our 3rd game, and it's been a little bit rough for him. We'll start up our Gambit on Twitch and get right into things here. Hanmano in the top left, once again the turquoise. Oh no, it's Eggshell Blue this time. Eggshell Blue Terran. In the bottom right, we have Cannoli the Pumpkin Zerg. And Hanmano trying to navigate it. I don't know that Cannoli knows the answer to that. Or would tell him anyway. We love Cannoli saying Hurakan instead of Firebat. Very good. Very good. Maybe Hanmano will see. Hanmano bamboozled me with a question once because he said he was telling me that he was basically letting me know that his remastered key bindings were affecting Cosmonarchy. That's what he thought was happening. It turns out that, like, if you turn grid off, Marine, like Maverick, are both A for him. He made Marine A in remastered. Maverick in Cosmonarchy is A without grid. And Patrol is Q in Cosmonarchy without grid. And he made it Q as well. And so he thought that it was his key bindings and remaster doing it. And for a second, I was like, if that could possibly be true, I don't know how, because it uses completely different registry entries. But, like, there's no way that's true. But if it were, could we possibly use this to define custom key binding options? And then I realized what was actually happening was just coincidence. But that's very funny. So I just told him, like, no, we just knew you would start playing Cosmonarchy, so we made it the defaults work for you. He thought that was slightly amusing. Ministry on the way for our lovely, lovely expansion for our Terran player. And it is a pool opening now for Cannoli. He's making his token pair of Quas. I think he thought that his opponent would actually make Hurricanes for harassment, like as the first unit. So he's, you know, kind of guiding against that, but it was not to be. Cannoli going to be manning the ramp with a bunch of Quas as his second Larvosk finishes up. See how soon he ends up going for his own expansion. I'm in 100 health. It's pretty good. Third stockade. Hydrathin now. Cannoli switching off of the pool very quickly. It's funny, we saw Shambler beat Oya with Zethrakor, Vorvrakor, and that's it. We saw Cannoli taking it to Hanmano with just a lot of Hydrath first, and now he's going for pool, but he's switching off of it very quickly. I find that really interesting how there's different Zergs will try different things when it comes to do they use the pool or do they not. Recalling the last Scout Quaz as the first one was destroyed. Going to be an opportunity for Cannoli to try to set up his patented burrow trap. I think I would like these to be the burrowed units. Or, like, you know, move these over here or something. Trying to evacuate. Well, I guess it's still going to work out. I should always let Cannoli do it. He knows what's up. The Unburrow comes out, and that's a very nasty trap. Nasty, nice trap. There you go. Almost kills every single bio unit there. Routing him immediately. We've got 5 stockades in totality, and almost as many idle masons. There you go. He's got a stim. On mono, don't let him die. He can still stim and stay alive. Oh, he can't stim anymore. Oh, he tripped over a rock and fell. Ah, oh, jeez. Cyprians are on the way. A lot of Quas. Cannoli actually hasn't made... Oh, he's made 3 Hydras. I was going to say, Cannoli hasn't made any Hydra unit. Newt is looking for games right now. If you want to play against a Terran player. Good idea. Good idea. All right. Navics are going to stim. Amano has a lot of Quas to deal with, but I think it's going pretty well for him. The Cyprians were not targeted down, and so that will be a crushing victory in favor of our Terran player. The Hydras were also involved, but it doesn't look like they targeted the right things. Now we got 5 Drolets on the way. The ski-backed incoming. Hydras being produced here. Vestry add-on complete. We're going to see some Shamans be added. And Hanmano's just going to queue up some more Mavs. Oh no, I guess it's more Shamans, actually. Was that all in? No. One base? How? Because he can make 14 workers. It's going to be a while before Cannoli can respond to that, so... He's just going to have to put the pieces together himself. Oh no, Hanmano, if you removed this stockade and moved it down here, your units could actually exit. Classic move. Third base coming up here, it looks like, for our Terran. Certainly wants to take that one pretty soon. There it is. I'm guessing one of these is going to be a Khazitra. This is a weird spread in placement on the defenses. Yeah, there it is, Khazitra. On the way. One thing I was thinking about is maybe if turning into a Hatcherosk for the Agrolith was a permanent decision, but it costs less money. That might be a way for Agroliths to be made in the early game and then allow Zergs to kind of expand a bit cheaper afterwards. Like, it would still be the same amount of net money. I think the Agrolith is 150 minerals, so, you know, imagine the hatch is 150 when you make it with the Agrolith, something like that. I think that's kind of neat. Oh, this Khazithrith is going to hurt Hanmano. It'll haunt him in his dreams, his nightmares. Oh, no. The Shamans are trying to restore a lot of the health there and allow him to break through, but I don't think this is going to work out for him in totality. His stims are not really coming in there. Oh, and the last of the Shamans are being destroyed as well, so there goes his sustain, and all of a sudden all that damage starts to add up a hell of a lot faster. So the answer is more stockades. The answer is more men. The opposite of having too many men. Too few men. So he'll make a 4th base. So he can make more stockades. So he can make more infantry. It's the only way to play. Cannoli will soon be a little bit more flush with Vespene. 10 Skithrakors just got started. And he's going to have to try to hold out yet again. His Bechtel count is still fine, and they're huddled around the Khazithrith for warmth, so... "27 Mavs, 11 Sips, 4 Hurricanes, and 2 Shamans walk into a Zerg base. I don't need to tell you the punchline. You're about to watch it unfold. The Skiths are done, by the way. We'll see where they end up going. The Cyprian count's still unfettered right now. The Bactals need to be focusing them down, but instead they're busy trying to deal with all of these poor Mavericks at the bottom. It's working out pretty wonderfully, because Khazithrith might end up getting felled, cut down. The Skiths might need to be used for defense. Hold on. Hanmano breaking through. Here come the Skiths. Can they overpower the Shamans? The answer might be no. The answer is no? I can't believe it. Now he's got the nice little line trace damage there, but yeah, he still ends up getting bopped. 12 more Iziricors are on the way. Not going to be great damage, but... Reinforcements are on the way. It's all Mavs, baby. His Savants are stuck over here. Now the Iziricors try to feast. But this looks like Cannoli has really been beaten back. All of his Skithrakors got killed on the defense. Like, you already thought it was bad enough when the Skiths had to show themselves. It was a little bit worse, I think. Oh no, the Mavericks are done stim. They stim! Stim again, Hanmano! Oh, it's too late! Tempo lost. I mean, I guess he's got extra bases, so does it really matter? We'll find out together. But, yeah, this is a problem. How we get out? How we get out, Hanmano? Well, no, don't lift that one. Lift this one. Ah, jeez. I can't believe it. The Tetzoricors are going to come out, and there's a lot of Savants. I think you need way more Teths and more ranged fire support to make them do their magic. Yeah, imagine if we had Exercise as a veterancy option. We don't add normal veterancy when you like kill stuff and you get more powerful. And instead we add fucking that. There you go. Cardio veterancy. This unit has traveled 1,000 steps, plus 30 health. But you get the opposite if it's a vehicle, because they have wear and tear. Savants are going to try to stack up their attack speed. Remember that is going to cause the Tenzorcore to fire more frequently and do some more splash damage. But again, there's just too few of them, right? He did actually pretty well there. He cut down a lot of the Savant count. But he just doesn't have any backdolls. Can only back against the wall. A lot of Vespene in the tank. But he is going to get attacked again soon. And he only has the third base halfway complete. Whereas Hanmano's setting up saturation at his fourth base. And he's basically on 4 effective bases right now. If you consider his saturation. He has 5 distinct bases, and he's going for a 6th. Obscene amounts of infantry being made right now. Meanwhile, one of these is not on rally, so I don't know which one it is, but no, I guess, I don't know. I'm not sure where those units came from. He might have corrected the rally afterwards. There's a 6th base at the 3 o'clock position. Amano coming in for the killing blow. You can see can only set up with a concave. Spoiler alert, it will not be enough. 14 Hydras are going to come in to try to turn the tide, but there's the stem. And as they dive in, throw some bodies at the problem. If you just keep throwing bullets at the opponent, eventually you can claim victory. Well, having to break saturation at your natural is pretty bad here. He's got almost no income now. His main is going to deplete out pretty soon. Canoli, hoping that his 14 Bactylisks can carry him to victory. But he has no Lakes. Hanmano doing his best with just pure Savant. Oh, the eggs are getting spawn camped. Amano's not really looking at this space, so I think Canoli will extend play a little bit. But look at all the units he's got coming. Can he clear the Savants cost efficiently? The answer is probably no, let's be real. That looks like actually a little bit better than I thought he would. He's still got 11 Bactylisks, but he's got to saturate this 7 o'clock. He's so far behind the 8 ball, dude. Ah, yes. Go ahead and screenshot that and send that to Nebline. Yeah, what's up, Knight of the Realm? I don't know what the hell is going on here. Some of his units have to go on a tower defense path to get out. Just his reinforcements alone can handle this attack while he's got like 100 men moving on Canoli's position. We're about ready to call this one. GG has to be called. Canoli knows he's been had. Hanmano posting up, and we've got one more game. Maybe he can tie it up against Canoli. It's beautiful, guys. It's beautiful. We love to see South Korean victory. We saw it in the show match, so we know that the practice went well, but I wasn't expecting it to be quite like this, I'll tell you that much. All right, lads. Last gamba between these two. I also want to see it go late game. Mono on the bottom right is our electric blue. Oh, this time it's glacial. Glacial Terran. And Canoli on the top left is the pumpkin. Zerg. Can Zerg do rush? Like 4 pool? 6 pool. You're going to have to use the StarCraft 1 terminology, Shambler. I don't know if he understands what an Ovileth or a Kagrant is. Apparently, Shambler thinks that's a strategy you can do versus Protoss. I didn't know that. We'll have to see, because that's a pretty cool one. Yeah, Canoli loves his colors. The other players usually just leave it on random or whatever. But Canoli loves pumpkin. Very festive. Can you do me rush next game? Yeah. Larvosk is complete. We will have the pool soon. Let's see what Cannoli wants to do with that. Last time the Quaz didn't quite do it. It is a good color. I think it does. Shambler thinking about cheese. Yeah, Drawn. We have 150 plus player colors, I think. No, it's 100 plus. Well, actually, it might be 150 plus. Hold on, let me check. Do I even have the color list open? Well, I'll have to go look at that later. We have 100 plus colors. I know that for sure. And we have a whole of a lot of homies that enjoy the hardcore gaming of picking their own color. You can do it in your config. We have the technology. We can recolor him. Me every time I'm making a kit bash. Alright, so it looks like we're going to have a second Larvosk here. You got a fair number of Quaz. I think some Zets have just left the building as well. And it looks like Hanmano is set up with Harakan Cyprian on the defense. This could prove pretty fragile to what Cannoli is sending in. If the Quaz can kind of like occupy the Harakans and the Cyprians as well, I guess, and there aren't enough number to maybe do that, the Zets can come in and start picking apart the Cyprians themselves. Let's see what ends up happening, though, is I don't really like how Cannoli just kind of walked in there. This feels like it's very brittle on both sides, but now the Cyprians are going to be targeted in. I love the Mason pull here from Hanmano. I think he'll be able to hold just with that alone. And yeah, Cannoli has to cycle back as Zethracors had been splattered. And he has no more combat units on the way. He is going to be able to pick off another Maverick. And maybe a couple of Masons, but he's down to only 3 Quaz. How dangerous can 3 Quaz really be? Let's be honest. It goes after the Cyprian. Almost! One more shot would have done it. Not quite able to. Behind this, Cannoli has no expansion. He has no macro hatch. He's starting to harvest Vespine. He's thinking about something. Will it be the Zorkas? Is that what he's going for now? No, he wants to expand. I don't know what he's thinking, actually. Oh, he canceled it and went for Zorkas. Okay. No expansion. I can't believe it. Well, the expansion is up and running for Hanmano, that's for sure. And he's already going up to 5 Stockade with his Vestry alive. 2 Shamans on the way. Zeths are unlikely to get much of anything done here. I guess if that Cyprian was gone, you can give it a little bit more value, but... yeah, well, we don't have the idea of mechanical or organic in the game anymore. So that wouldn't really work for this game, but... I suppose in a sort of roundabout way, I can compare it to the Ascozi being able to use their town centers either for worker production or combat unit production after a certain point. Now, this Seth run by is going to be good at dealing with some of the Mavericks because there was no micro back from Hanmano. So now he's got to cycle back his whole army. Well, he's actually doing okay with the reinforcements coming out from the stockade, and Cannoli did not micro that much, but he's going to be able to pick a single Mason. Maybe a second one. Oh, Hanmano, you've forgotten about your poor Masons. There you go. He's all right. He's all right. Third base on the way. Maybe this one Zeth will end up spotting it at some point. It's on patrol instead. That's kind of being a goober. He was trying to play dodgeball, and then he was... I don't know. Fell into the street or something. The Quaz run by is up next. He picks one Maverick and then dies. All right, we've got Leica's out. We've got Zorius out. This is going to look a lot different than the last game. Amano up against Tier 1 Lurkers. It's funny, because Tier 1 Lurkers is something that I think everybody, StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 players, can kind of handshake about and say there's no way that's balanced. But actually, it is. $11 Droleth on the way to saturate this natural. And I think Hamano is in danger if he tries to just walk right in. That Zorius not being on hold position was kind of a disaster, but... well, that attack follow-up was even more of a disaster, so Hanmano took that throw and threw it right back. Not for the whole game, just for the momentary advantage. Tempo lost in a big way, losing all those units, but he's adding more production. He has more units back at home. Safe against run-bys for the time being. And Tier 1, how about the Ulgorg? Give me that Tier 1 Ultra Core. Cannoli also is one of the last believers of the Gorger Core, even with it being behind a paywall now, requiring you to upgrade your Zorka Shroud. Amano was going to make another Watchdog, but he forgot. Probably he's also adapting to the fact that it doesn't reserve your resources when you build a structure, right? There's that as well. Different mechanic than in StarCraft 1. StarCraft 2, rather. Shaman will provide a little bit of detection here. It's going to allow Hanmano to skirmish initially, but this does not look good for him with the more Leica's coming in. He's going to need to lift this Ministry and evacuate the workers. More to the point, I don't see that many units. He's actually forgotten a lot about his units at the natural, and he just doesn't have any Herakans to rend the armor of the Zorius, so the Masons are being pulled to attack. I don't think that's the right move whatsoever. I think you need a lot more Shamans to try to keep your Masons alive versus Leica's. And that's a wrap on the last of the Shamans on the front line. Finally, those units from the natural choke point will end up being conscripted into defense, but I feel like their time has passed, and so have they. You're never going to reveal the Leica's with Cyprian, I'll tell you that much. Well, Amana still has a worker lead, but 7 Gorger Cores have been queued up, and we do not have nearly enough defenses for that kind of thing. Shamans are being made again, and then a lot of Mavericks afterwards, but these Leica's can still try to terrorize the natural if they want to keep going for it, and it looks like it only shows no signs of stopping right now. Bit of a greed play to make 7 Shaman right now. That feels like a huge mistake, because he was completely defenseless if Kinoli decided to move in on the attack. Now, you never would think to do that, because surely your opponent has actually made combat units in response to you destroying their third base, but well, suffice it to say, that is not what happened over here. So Kinoli's going to leapfrog back. His Gorger Cores are still in production. He's actually making 3 more for a total of 10. Zorius have been made back at home. A third base seems to be bookmarked now for Kinoli. He's going to be laying claim to that location soon. Masons get back to work. Fourth base starting to produce workers as well. Well, not quite landing the shots that they want there, but the Leica's will still keep toying with Hanmano's army, as Stockades have produced a staggering number of Mavericks. But here come the Gorgs. 10 of them on the way. They will actually spot the fourth base first. If Kinoli doesn't hesitate and just keep going after trying to hit the main or whatever, it'll be a bit juicier. But he's actually undersaturated at the main right now. I guess that must mean he's oversaturated at the natural? Yeah, in a big way, actually. But the Gorgs will just munch on the fourth base instead. It wasn't really providing much. The Mavericks are going to stim after it, but, you know, the Gorgs can just decide to fly over, and he had the one Watchdog. Even if he had the second Watchdog, it wouldn't quite be enough. Covenant just got started. That could be a nice little juicy target for the Gorgs to sink their claws into their serrated cleavers. Goodbye, add-ons. Not even canceled. That's so sad for Hanmano. He is very much down in the dumps. We've got no Watchdogs coming down in the natural. Goodbye, 26 workers. Okay, goodbye 7 workers. That's not as bad. Cestus was made over here by the 3rd base. Where did we even add the 2nd watchdog? I am not entirely sure. Oh, is that the 4th base? Yeah, sure. Cannoli did some damage, but it honestly doesn't feel like he did that much to Hanmono. Still up by, almost 20 workers and counting. Watchdogs have been made now. Mavericks are not scrambling. Okay. Not up by 20 workers anymore. A bold move from Cannoli to try to target down the stockade stack. Oh, it might work out. He got one. Vestry's been remade. Covenant also being remade. Oh no. Cannoli. All the Gorgs have been killed. 6 more are on the way, though. Cannoli's not done yet. My soul burns. Yeah, I guess mine too does. I wasn't really thinking about what that feeling inside me was, but, No, the reason is Hanmono's not familiar with the game. He's a StarCraft 2 Korean pro from, pretty active right now. I think he's like top 60 in the world. Last I checked, top 70, something like that. But, he really likes Cosmonarchy, but at the time of playing this, he was very new. If I could see some more recent replays of his, I'm sure they'd look very different than this. It'll be interesting to have that benchmark in our minds for when he participates in the next competitive outcropping. Speaking of, Zozak Gorge on the way for Cannoli. He wants the epic tier stuff. The Lakers are just going to ignore most of the army and get their burrow in. And that's a wrap on that front. Oh no. It's a disaster. I need Firebat! Ahmed! Save me, Ahmed! I don't think Ahmed would detect for you, but I guess it would get on top of the Lakers. Or he could just make a star pad like a normal person. GG. The battlefield falls silent in awe of Cannoli's victory over the Korean. Yeah, that's pretty legit. That was a game of Cosmonarchy, I suppose you could say. Well, GG is indeed the way that I would describe that as well. We have ourselves a surprising result there, in my opinion. Trying to think if we have any games that are a little bit more on the shorter side that I could showcase before we end our casting section here. I see some games that might be like that, but they're like part of a set, so I don't want to just cast one game out of a set or whatever and then drop it. Oh, we do have 7. When I see Cannoli upload a game between him and Shopkeeper Dog, I'm always kind of assuming that it is a I'm always assuming it's like a bizarre, deranged match. I remember the last one was the base race on Punch Drunk. I definitely want to check that out later. Okay, so we've done those, and those. Do the cast of that. All right. So I'm sure there's more games to take a look at soon from the pros that will probably be uploaded later. But Cannoli just took 3 games off of Hanmono and gave him some practice. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. Player color list. It's actually in the config. If you're looking for a web page that kind of gives you some information about it. You can take a look at this link. It gives you like a little bit of a preview. There are some colors that are not on that list, I believe. It's not like a maintained page per se. But check that one out. Okay. So I think that'll probably do it for our casting. We're going to do some dev. I'll take a short break beforehand. I am going to be doing something a little bit different than usual today for development. We're going to be doing co-op content. We're going to be developing some co-op content for Cosmonarchy. That is something that I feel like we definitely need a bit more of. So I have a couple of sort of projects that I can work on that are related to that kind of thing. More co-op maps. I can refurbish existing maps, work on stuff that was never quite finished, port stuff that was never a thing in Cosmonarchy but was a thing in my other projects. There's a bunch of things like that. Before I do any specific content work, I am going to be trying to do some bug fixes and a couple of improvements that'll probably not take too long. I think for like the lion's share of the 2 hours of dev that we're going to be doing, we will be doing some pretty cool stuff when it comes to the dev itself, just working on some co-op stuff. So, if you want to stick around for that, feel free to. I'll see you guys after my short break to go downstairs, grab a quick snack, use the bathroom, all that kind of stuff. So, I'll be back very shortly. All right, I am back. Took a bit longer than I thought I would. Okay. Comparatively wild. It doesn't have like a dedicated co-op mode. It's just that you play scenarios that have been made for co-op. So sometimes they can be a bit more standard, and sometimes they're a little bit more out there. Like this map, for example, is a 2-player co-op map. You got one guy spawns here, one guy spawns here, and they you pick your race, and then you've got one enemy opponent that controls like 3 bases. This space, and this space. Hard to see that in this tile set, but whatever. Like that's one example. This one you play as Terran. You've got your 2 players here, co-op, and you've got to deal with all the Zerg in the east, west, and south, and then you've got to deal with Terrans up north. This one is something somebody else made. 3 Crow Kian made. 3 Terrans, 1, 2, and 3, facing off against a bunch of Zerg. Stuff like that. It's very, very like particular per map. Each map is a bit different. You can't send resources to your ally, but you can expand for your ally. If you build a town center, they can return resources to it, and they get the money. Also, Drawn was earlier asking about my other projects. I meant projects that I made in the past. Like I made this series of maps called Nemesis. Nemesis maps were when the original Starcraft campaign, I would take maps that were made there for say the last mission of the whole Bird War campaign, Omega. I had Nemesis Omega as a map where you played as the races that were trying to attack Kerrigan instead of playing as Kerrigan. So it was 3-player co-op. You had 1 player was the Dominion player, 1 player was the UED player, and 1 player was the Protoss player. And they had like different some tech tree modifications, stuff like that. It wasn't Cosmonarchy. It was like way back before Cosmonarchy was even called Cosmonarchy. But it had tech tree changes and stuff as well. But the onus of the essence of that map was something. Co-op? Coop? Big cup? What's up, Greenix? Nowadays, we have a lot more value that we can provide for these scenario maps in general, be they campaign or co-op or whatever. Because a lot of the times we have, so we've developed the faction system a lot, so you can pick factions if you wanted to play these co-op maps in faction wars. That would be a possibility. For sure. Like, I was working on this map somewhat, I don't know, a couple years ago, maybe, or a year ago. This one was supposed to be a Nemesis map as well, where it was... the concept of the map was that it was Emperor's Flight, which is the mission where you play as the UED after the Core Hall mission. What was it, Emperor's Fight or whatever I think they called it. You go to Ire and there's a warp gate and Protoss, and you have to kill a Terran. I almost called it a ministry. So, effectively, what this would be is adapting it to the setup for Cosmo would be a bit of a different story. It would be... Oh, never mind. I see why that was done. That was so weird. But yeah, effectively, this would be a different, because it's like a different setting. Chrysiliant is our sector instead of the Caprulu sector. The thought process behind the Nemesis missions now is like, I'm gonna adapt it into something that would make sense for what we're working with here. So, the in this case, we've got like these organs. They're called headless organs in here because they've been severed from the tendril, so they no longer have the. They're acting on whatever their last protocol was given, basically. So whatever they were last biologically programmed to do, and so they're slowly taken over by the Futurist Federation faction here, the Erasmus Consortium. These guys are slow, like they basically walk through and take control of the Zerg in some way, and I wasn't sure how exactly I would do that, but that was one thing that I remember trying to figure out. Yeah, if you think those mineral lines are good, how about this one? I think this one's really cool. Yeah, it's called an autocrat, but what about an entire troop? What about that, huh? You ever think of that? Yeah, this map would obviously put Demaloon to shame. So, sorry guys. Just better. I don't know what to tell you. Man, this ridge placement is pretty evil too. You'd actually want it to be more like this, so you could get the ridge by going down the ramp, right? Something like that. Anyway, however the resources would end up being harvested here, I don't know. There's a lot of money here, but you need a lot of resources for it. This would probably be the Protoss player, so that they would start off with artisans. You know what I mean? I don't know how else you could handle this, but if you get a lot of worker saturation, it probably works out. Probably, not a guarantee. I also don't have like blends for this, for example, so I need to work on that at some point. But yeah, like making co-op maps that provide a sandbox for some fun gaming, I think is a good one. One of the initiatives I'm also trying to achieve with working on co-op content these days is producing a little bit more value for, people who do want to... For people who do want to play the game on a more casual level, I think that's going to be a good thing. There's a lot of minerals in this map. I guess the idea is that this guy doesn't have an easy expansion to take, so he can just make more workers here. I didn't finish this area, though. I was thinking there'd be maybe a base over here. It's kind of tricky to lay it out. Maybe this would be like mostly gas. All right, I guess you could put it right up here, right? Maybe minerals, more minerals here and more gas here, something like that. Yep, big SE1 mineral. Yeah. It's campaign minerals, right? You don't see those too often anymore. There's this big base in the back right. Yeah, make it weird. I'm sure people will complain about it, but also it has character, so I'm going to do it. Would your Zerg campaign be like Butcher's Ballad in that it's a classic or whatever, original setting? The new lore direction for the Zerg is a bit different than a lot of people anticipated. So... Oh, well, you can play the, if you're interested in learning about it, you can definitely play the existing content. But certainly up to you. Yeah, there's like a tutorial that does some lore dropping for Zerg, and there's a setting, a scenario mission. So there's some content. It's not a lot yet, but you can gather a few. It's like the tutorials are very much like mainline introduction to the vanilla factions, and the scenarios are kind of like vignettes of like, here's what this faction is kind of like. Yeah, that's that was there already. That's deliberate. That's probably a 4-worker efficiency trip right there. I might tweak that later. Maybe something like this. I guess I could do this. What I kind of like about the resource placement for these bases is that it essentially provides you with another incentive to go Talos. This player will be Terran, I think. So that's kind of like interesting anyway. In fact, what would the players... Oh, I guess technically I made it so that their users select when I pushed the new setting there. So on the one hand, having more co-op content period is going to be good. On the other hand, if the co-op content allows players to play whatever race they want and select whatever faction they want as a result or stuff like that, then that could be really helpful for there being a hub. Hmm. Neiman's Land is a port of, I actually don't even remember what the original map was called. It might have just been called No Man's Land, but... Or that demilitarized zone in Korea probably is what it was originally called. If I even go to find that. That's probably Melee 1v1 Class 3. No, all the races have flying workers. But... oh, Bake Magoji. Yeah, that's what it was originally called. It's this map. It has these mineral layouts in the main. And the ridges are not accessible until either you mine out the minerals here or use flying workers. Pretty silly. It is a wacky map, that's for sure. Very wacky map. These Mavericks are actually Zelnaga temples, I think, that block the pathways. The reason why I was thinking about this is that, like, if I spawn the player here as not Protoss, they kind of need the flying workers to make this base work. And I like this base, and I want this base to work, even though it's very wacky. And so, if you spawn here and you're not... like, you would pick which spawns you are based on your slot allocation. So third slot would always be this player. But... basically what I'm getting at here is that there is an intended race. Like, Spheroid's already kind of on the same track. There's an intended race for each spot that I was... that I'm going for. And if I'm going to design a map that can be played as any race, any faction from and any combination thereof, then that should probably be part of the design of the map to begin with. So. Just because, like, I've made certain assumptions when I made the layout. You're exploiting? Well, this is your ally, so... yeah, I think, I don't know if you would call that. I think you'd just be gimping yourself. Alright. Yeah, so this is going to be the player crew here. So let's do... we're going to have to call this something different. I'm not sure what Zeki's bug report is, to be honest. That's really weird. Okay. Yeah, I forgot I was supposed to do some bug fixing. I just went straight into working on stuff, which is cool, but maybe not what we need. His game crashed here. Let's figure out where that is. Oh. This looks like Newt tried to play on a map that had a custom tile set that isn't on release yet. Oh yeah, I forgot that also one of the things I was supposed to work on here was... I'm on a wild goose chase looking for a rain block. I may have fixed it on my copy, but not on the copy in the... Yeah, I have no idea where that is. That's not very helpful. I guess I'll open up the version of it on the in the game. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, wait, I think I just did the classic move of not checking deeper. Oh, this looks like the same crash, though, no? Yeah, it's all the same. I don't know. That's a weird one. All right. Shouldn't have closed GPTP. I gotta look up something in the enum. Oh, I guess I don't actually. So I can just look here. I can't remember how I framed the faction here. I guess it's all players who. Oh, I see. It's company, humanity. Trying to recall the name of a character. What bugs with the AI was I looking to fix? I was looking to fix... There's an issue that seems to crop up where the A's panic kicks in versus Zerg. So I wanted to do a quick test to see if I could do that. I also have to tweak the artisan and stuff as well. See if I can fix that up. Yeah, you know, you didn't die soon enough to them, so they start panicking. Rust is a terrible language for game development, but panics aren't really the reason for that. It's just not great in general. Let's see. I have some notes I'm trying to consult real quick for the Order of the Sacred Saber, and then I'll get to some of those bug fixes. I just don't want to forget what I'm doing here. No, we had some people making contributions in Rust. And the contributions were pretty important for AI development, but they still suck. Might have been an idea to not do that, yeah. Okay, let's see if that changes anything about the artisan. Then after that, we're going to need to see about tweaking the... Okay, well, that certainly did not do what I wanted it to do. Maybe we need an animation that does the no break. That will do it. Artisan. So we'll try that and see if that does anything. What's wrong with the artisan right now? I don't know what you mean by Cortex commands. But the artisan currently gets has to be stunned internally during its return channel. And I'm trying to make it so that that doesn't have some unwanted consequences. Okay, well that was pretty funny. I'm guessing we have some... I don't understand. What's up, Alexander? Welcome, welcome. So I guess something about the timer is constantly set to a certain thing. Yeah, casts were pretty funny. That's for resources. Not a bug. Oh yeah, I had an idea while I was watching Cannoli do some Zoryus gaming earlier. It might be desync related. Check that out in a second. Alright, I have no idea why it would infinitely kind of keep staggering back over in the harvest code. My guess is that somehow the transfer resource to worker thing is always true? Alright, well, we'll tweak that anyway. But what's the deal with this? Special State 2 is listed here. Yeah, it's pointed to the right thing. Why would it infinitely pop through here? We're playing the animation, which is what we were doing before anyway. The only thing we changed is that instead of stunning the unit, or freezing the unit, as it were, we are giving it the cannot receive orders flag, which probably doesn't really matter anymore since we're doing a no break code thing. So that probably doesn't matter, but I'm not sure why it's creating the top overlay, though. That is, like, it's creating the overlay over and over again, which presumably means that it's being set back to 48 all the time, which would happen if transfer resource to worker was running infinitely, so to speak. But I don't know why that would be the case. It doesn't really make sense. It doesn't even seem to animate at all. So it does feel kind of like this block doesn't get called somehow. I don't think we need that. Maybe it's because you have to wait one before you know break code, or you infinitely loop. I guess that's a thing. Forget about that sometimes. That has something to do with it. Okay, and now we're stuck on no break code, which is kind of what I thought would happen. So now we're going to say artisan special state 1. And then we're going to say in game hooks we play special state 1. Okay. Oh, I guess we probably didn't run this prop. I thought we had. Special state 1. Oh. What the fuck? Ay, ay, ay. Well, we have a hook for no break code start, so I guess I can just go and see what it does. Right. What is 80? Interesting. So I guess what we can try to do instead of having it be invoked this way is do this here. We don't need special state 1 here though then. What's up, Miles? Talking to idle. I guess we're supposed to do it here, actually. That's where we did it before. Here we obviously have to get rid of it that way. Oh. Oi, oi, oi. Oh, we're fucked up again. That's probably this. Gotta play the animation first and then no break it? I don't know. Well, right about now I'm trying to make the artisan a little bit less clunky to use, but it's proving difficult. Following that, I'm going to be working a little bit on the ministry idle sound, because I feel like I need to redo it. Okay, you can't queue an order during this time, it seems like, which is a bit annoying. Yeah, they kind of like they go grabby back to the resources after, but it is still better. It's just not perfect. Yeah, I guess I could screenshot. I have to start a screenshot library for the interview I'm doing on Sunday. Anybody has epic screenshots, send them my way. Okay. We've got... all of that taken care of. Oh, actually, I didn't really catch the horse name. Oh, I see. Saying. Okay. You're doing. Okay, made our names. All right, so we've improved the artisan a little bit. We'll say improved artisan responsivity. Not completely epic yet. Still working on it. It was supposed to be a V, not a B. We also want to tweak the sound effect for the ministry, so I will quickly do that. This isn't going to take too long, so I won't bother enabling the audio for it. I'm basically just going to go ahead and remake the ambient sound here. Maybe we don't bother using that, actually. I don't remember where that came from is the problem. Didn't really give a good accounting of my early sound effects. Yeah, it's a little bit better. We'll take that improvement. That's 1.94. 4656. So we need to update it. So we'll just say 46 on that one. Cool. All right, made some bug fixes. The AI fix thing is going to require me to jump into single player testing real quick, see how far I can go. You'll be able to hear some of the ambient sound effects from the eggs in the background while we're doing some gaming here real quick. Go ahead and scout my opponent.
Tissue extension complete.
Problem is, I don't think they defense build Rilla cores. Maybe that should be a thing we add. take care of itself. I'm just making sure that the seeing if the AI can panic, which is a form of crashing, so I can get some data firsthand on what it might be. I'm not killing them because I need them to stay alive a little bit longer, so I can test what's going on. I published a porch posting earlier today that talks a little bit about my aspirations for providing more like co-op content and stuff. They sure are having a good time making workers. They have a Scorch with request at tier 1, by the way. Well, they're Iris here, I guess. Maybe that's why. They're also trying to make Hydras. They don't have a Hydra then, so... I saw them trying to make Hydras earlier. I don't know what's up with that. Guess that could be why they keep making a bunch of extra circuits or whatever. It seems like it's getting bad requests or something. Not immediately obvious.
Cells are in combat.
Like, it's probably working fine now.
Tissues are infected. Cells are in combat. Tissue extraction complete. Tissue extraction complete.
Well, that's a bug. Hell yeah, SG. How you doing?
Tissue extension complete. Tissues are infected. Tissue extension complete. Tissue growth is impossible.
Oh, we're not getting any panics yet, so I'm not really sure what the actual cause could have been.
Tissue extension Tissue extension Tissue extension
Oh no, I just unbound all of my hatch.
Tissue extension complete. Tissue growth is impossible. Tissue extension complete.
Well, I guess they just don't panic to me, but I did try to give them a go. I think it's probably only some of the build orders that do that, though, to be fair. My army of 100 plus Cetricores can't seem to get up this ramp. Map issue, or...? Owned. Alright, well, we did learn a couple of things. We learned that the AI is getting its AI script requests for advanced static defense structures like Scortrith. Or even is request Scortrith. If they have, yeah, okay. All right. So I have to like separate this out in a weird way. If they have no auth still here, we need to do regress Scortrith check. right? Actually don't really know how this one works. Believe it or not. It's been a hot minute. We call it from request circuit check, which is in a loop, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Not gonna brick anything if it's waiting forever. Oh, I guess actually it probably shouldn't though. So I don't understand when this is called. Oh. Fuck. I don't like that one. Yeah, that person was a bot or a honeypot. I don't know which, but they're banned. Probably a bot. Well, this is really dumb, but I guess this is what I'm going to do. Okay. All right. That should fix their requests in that department, which probably helps reduce the emphasis they seem to have on spamming out Kagrants and kind of delaying their shit as soon as they put down an Iris. I guess we're going to go ahead and say we did do some AI fixes. should be able to probably watch this. My guess is Zeke lost some Lakes in here in the middle of them exploding, but I can't really be certain. Not really paying attention to what's happening at this point, but I do see 4 Lakes coming in. Maybe he like drops them or something. Discord message problems? I don't know. Not right now. But maybe people are trying to message me and I don't see them. Yeah. It was Lakes here. Yeah, we saw 2 Lakes corpses there, so we know that they died. So that's what it was. Now we know. I can... Okay. Like something about the death order isn't properly carried out. I'm not entirely sure what yet. Alright. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick, so I'm gonna do that. And when I return, we'll get back to some more content stuff. I do want to keep working on the AI improvements and fixes, but until I hear back from DF about the Lakes bug fix, I'm probably gonna hold off on pushing to pre-release, so I can do it all in one swoop. And that just means that we got more time to do this this here thingamabobber. So I'll be back for another half an hour or so of work on this. That's probably when we'll call the stream. We'll see how far we go. BRB. Okay. I have returned. So I know now that the players of this particular map are going to be Golden Republic, and then the other players are Order of the Sacred Saber. I'm not sure how best to tell the players what's going on here with their horse name. Like, GR for Golden Republic and OSS for Order of the Sacred Saber seems to make sense. But is that the best information to indicate? I don't know. Do not. Well, anyway, figure that out. Let's think about the starting conditions for our players. So for this chap right here, he's liable to be attacked by Zerg here and Zerg here. You could see them converging in these southern angles. You might be able to see this Zerg here converge over in this location as well. I kind of also feel like there should be another Zerg player. Maybe one that's a little bit more isolated. Like up in the corner. Someone to engage the red Terran, who will be not red later. The reason why I'm thinking that is because as of right now, like the threat, like this Terran is going to go ahead and secure, like, I don't know, I might have to change this map layout a little bit. Obviously some of it isn't developed yet. This Terran here is going to do whatever I decide the condition is for laying claim to the picture there. They're going to seize control of the main town center, and thus the organ, right, is sort of like the thought process. The control node will be established or something. Maybe that's what they'll do. Maybe they'll be tasked with actually constructing a control node here. And so they're kind of, they're going to like staff and garrison this position. It's kind of weird though, like, I think for this kind of thing to super work, we would want something where they don't really send mass attacks at the Zerg. So they don't treat them as like an enemy for that purpose, but they still retaliate to them in the area and will shoot them given the opportunity. But like control node being constructed here would be super cool. They could deploy Ogans to do it even. Maybe if we can get the AI to do that. I'm not really sure if there's a good spot for it over in this location, but I guess we could carve out something. And then, you know, a spot for whatever other Zerg we decide to add. You know, I was thinking it could be that there's one here, pretty close by to teal and blue. And I was also thinking we could add one here. That would get rid of witness slots if we decided to add 2 Zerg, but we could add 1 Zerg and it would be fine. And still have a witness slot, which, if I can support witness in this kind of context, it would be pretty good for, you know, if I want to spectate people playing without them having to stream their POV to me, and while I can also like look and live debug the AI and stuff. So yeah. So anyway, bottom line is, I think if we were going to think about a safe location to put the Nexus, you can argue it would be top right, because then it's closest to your allies. But I'm kind of thinking we might want them to start off bottom left so that they can expand their production safely with extra nexuses. But the idea would be that they have that as their primary option in that sense. So I feel like that would make the most sense to me. I don't think Bulwark is listed here as a structure I can place, funnily enough. Oh, it might be under removed. No. But I can place it by ID, so that's not really that big of a deal. Bulwark is 331. And Matrix is 252. We'll have a Bulwark and a Matrix for them on the front line. Will we, though? Will we want there to be a Bulwark and a Matrix at the start of the game? I guess it really depends. That's a pretty heavy amount of like early resources, so to speak. Early defensive power. But if they don't have any, like a starting production structure or something, that might be fine. Or it's like maybe this guy starts with a gateway and the... Terran can start with a stockade. A ministry is required as well, of course. I'm thinking that, like, stockade. Like, the worker count will probably be a bit higher than normal. So we'll see, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then have a couple of Mavericks, of course. Oh yeah, maybe that's what we do for this guy is... We could pre-place the embassy, which would at least, like, diegetically explain how they got the artisans. But we could also have a line of dialogue in the briefing or something that references their artisans, or maybe in-game intro. Rock and Golden is 413. And then this fella here will have... So funny to see in the map editor, the old scribe graphic, the probe graphic, right? It's really goofy. Alright, so they have their own Drakadons. So I think this guy would be best as the Enforcer type character, who might have, like, 2 of the custom Drakadons and a Zealot. I think that would be relatively cost equivalent or whatever. Drakadon order. It's 430. They also have, like, custom Legionnaires. And then, you know, the adherents is what I was thinking of. This guy really is only going to have the static defense is the problem. So we might not get a chance to give him too much there. But anyway. 4 artisans, 4 scribes. I'm not actually sure if that's enough. Again, maybe that's another argument for this guy in particular to get an embassy to start with. Not entirely sure, but like maybe we do that. But anyway, I was also kind of thinking that maybe he could have like pylons already set up in these other ramps for the purposes of helping to watch over them. The watchdog here, revealing the resources, is also something I kind of think about sometimes as a way to have a structure here that you can airlift and relocate if you feel like it would be more useful on the defense here. But it also like it's map presence that you can quickly scan and see, oh, okay, resources are up there. In the same way that if we go ahead and we drop a pylon down wherever we decide to put the natural for this guy, and maybe it's also like kind of close to this ramp, indicating that you have a ramp there, but there's like a base here or whatever, that would also be an indication of like, oh, okay, I can go ahead and grab those. How many mineral fields do we even have here? Looks like we have 17 minerals here. I'm pretty sure the same number is over here. 16, so almost. We might consider adding even more minerals and seeing if that's at all a possibility to do without it breaking the mining AI. Maybe one extra there. It's definitely going to be jank, but we hopefully can embrace this jank and it not be too bad. That is my open prayer here, right? Okay. That all seems pretty good. I'm also excited for the opportunity to flesh out the Gezirath Tendril faction, as well as the add more Order of the Sacred Saber units and more Golden Republic units. The Futurists actually have a pretty stacked lineup, I feel like. I think they might technically be the one with the most factional units implemented. I know the Hekatons are giving them a run for their money these days. We got the custom Maverick, custom Cleric, custom Cyclops, Tiengu, which is a custom Blackjack, Phylock, a custom Wraith. I'm going to revise the unit for that later, but still pretty good. And then they've got the Blackguard in Tier 2. So yeah, like thinking about it from the perspective of we got so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units. I think that is maybe tied for most. We go over to the Hekaton coalition. They've got the Hotshot, most famously perhaps, or maybe infamously. Eventually they'll have a Savant, and we need something from the Vestry as well to be customized for them. But then we've got the Vulture with the Tartarus Mine, and we've got the Arham, and the Qilin, and the Oriel. So I guess they have 5 right now, right? Oh no, the Madrigal as well. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so they're tied for 6, and once the Savant comes in, they'll take the lead, I think. Golden Republic has the custom Hurakan, Blackjack, the Aspirant, which replaces the Goliath, and the Luminary, which replaces the Seraph in Tier 2. So they're still a ways off from being like particularly high amounts, right? They only have the 3 Tier 1 units and the 1 Tier 2 unit. The Nidus Trinity has the Cohort replacing the Cyprian, the Factional Eidolon, the Tarrasque replacing the Phalanx, and I think that's actually it. So they only have the 3 units. And Upstarts have the Cannibal replacing the Cyprian. They have the Southpaw replacing the Goliath, the Wendigo replacing the Anseal, plans for a Shaman and an Eidolon. I think that's it. So they also only have the 3 units right now. Another, usually like my current shorthand for what's active is like how many entries they have here. And so yeah, Hikatan have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Futurists have Maverick, Cleric, Cyclops, Blackjack, Wraith. I'm missing one for the Madcap, right? Replace unit Madcap Blackguard. I don't know if that's a serious inquiry or not. I feel like the triple dot at the end there gave it away, but that's funny. For anyone who's not in on it, including perhaps Greed Eggs, if I'm misreading what he's saying, yeah, these guys are supposed to be the melee tech tree, so they won't ever have it. In fact, the factional variants are there as a way to deviate from the Orion Imperium. Kind of works out. Okay. What was I just going to do? I'm going to pop open the AI file and port in the Madcap support. That works out just fine. We go to faction. Get factional regression is whatever. No, that's not it. Faction. Okay, get factional unit ID. Ah, okay, so here we have Vulture, Hikatan, Madrigal, Imperioso mode, I suppose, is what we're looking for here. Madrigal, Hikatan, Imperioso. That's what you request is the mobile mode here. Imagine if you requested a siege mode unit instead and it comes out as a siege mode unit. That's very, very silly, isn't it? Okay, Madcap is listed here for the Futurists, so they've got their 6. Hikatan's got their 1s added. Let's see if it's correct. And then if we go over to the Protoss, for example, they've got 4 for the Order, 2 for the Calendric, and 3 for the Starbound. That's correct here. 2, 4. I don't know why Order is listed above Calendric. That's actually not correct for... Well, changing it would break maps, so I'm not going to do that now. But, I mean, I could change the order in the call block, that's whatever, but changing it so that the number is correct to the enum would be probably something I should do, to be honest. Whatever. Okay. Sovereign Core is intended there for the Zerg. But yeah, we got 4 for the Saber, 2 for the Knights. We actually should have the Manifold here listed. Manifold. You're missing that. And then for Zerg, Quasarcor and Zorius Thaleth for the Emakrenia, Hydralisk or Cody, and then Nath Aziricor have their factional replacements. Technically, the Zorthos is supposed to have the Iblileth, but I'm going to change that to an Agroleth variant. So we're going to work on that later. Yeah. All right. I meant to check. I have been thinking about like certain contexts in the campaigns would kind of justify them having some kind of not really a factional change, but like a tweak unto an existing factional change. Or, for example, like if the Orion Imperium recovers some kind of technology, like their units having shields or whatever. Technically, you can do that with Krieg tables, although it's all units of that unit, so it's not really. It would apply to all players. It wouldn't apply to just that player. But anyway, like that's like that kind of thing I have thought about, and sometimes I wonder about whether or not that would be a feasible thing, but I don't know. Another thing I've been thinking about too is factional structures. I feel like the factional structure angle is a legit one in my opinion. Not sure exactly which ones would happen, but I have been thinking about like probably mostly defensive or utility structures. Also thinking about, like, well, I was talking about how the artisan change to the model, I wanted to coincide with an improvement to the functionality, and I kind of like that idea for the faction stuff as well. Because it's like, oh, if I release a map and it coincides with new factional goodies for the factions that are featured in that map, that's pretty fun for everybody involved. It's like another, I don't know. It kind of instantaneously makes people like, oh yeah, hell yeah, I love that. I love that map. That's when they added this thing, you know? Hotshots and Chilins and Orioles were added to the Hikatan Coalition to kickstart their factional development. With the advent of the Mapcrap map from 2024. Now I gotta pick out some colors for these guys. Let's do some... Cillian. A good little cheat sheet here for the kinds of colors that each faction will use. So, for example, we know that blues are used for the Futurist Federation. I think we chose Royal Blue, but it might have been Palatinate Blue for the Futurist Federation. And Golden Republic chooses yellows, so this is where you go into the possible P colors list that I linked earlier. I think Goldenrod was used for Morrison's Bright Guard in Water War. Maybe it was Saffron. Oh. We can go ahead and pop in and see that out. That looks like a saffron to me. Just pale yellow, but what color is that? 0, 1, 2, 3. All right. 9 is considered lemon. So we can compare that to saffron and goldenrod. They are pretty similar. I guess saffron's a bit flatter and fuller. I guess goldenrod could be a good one. Let's also double check though what the Zerg Gezirath colors. Dark achromatics. Interesting. That'll be like smoky black, earth tone, stuff like that. So I think I already picked colors for them though. And they are not. Oh yeah, they weren't. I didn't think of them as Gezirath back then, so I'd need to pick new colors for them. So I think we'll do. Let's see. I do think that the smoky black of 57 here should be the first Zerg. And then we can do the earth tone or maybe coyote brown. I know that there's another Zerg that does browns, right? Or oranges and browns is Orion Imperium, but browns and oranges is Zorthos, so we kind of want to keep them away from that. But what would be similar to browns and oranges? I guess we could try to do like dark purples or something. But purples and reds are the Ataltra, so you don't want to get too heavy on that. But smoky black and dim gray are pretty close in color, so I wouldn't really want to do that. For example, if we pull up umber, oh yeah, umber is probably fine as a contrasting color. And then I guess if we need anything else, we would do silver as like an intermediary if we wanted to add another color. Yeah, that would probably work fine. So let's do umber and all of that. And we'll do... then we have to do... we decided we would do saffron, I think. It was 20, right? No, we decided it would be golden. Because then we have the Order of the Sacred Saber, and I believe they use blues. Blues and bright achromatics. That would be like Arrow, Alice Blue, Glacial. Maybe Snow as well, right? That'd be a good one. We could do 58 for the player in the middle. And then... I don't know if Glacial's a good idea, but I don't know. Oh no, I did Arrow here. Well, let's try Electric Blue instead. I'm looking for a color that's a little bit more blue. I guess we can also try Alice Blue here, but I think those two are really close together. Yeah, like, try to tell their scribes apart. I guess you can, but that's pretty wild, so we'll probably do that. Yeah, when the pandemic hit, Lucy, and right after that there was like other unrest. I can't remember what it was exactly. There was a bunch of shit that went down at all at the same time. I think it was like Russia's invasion later on. That big stretch of time, I remember telling my mother, I was like, I'm really kind of tired of living through history. The problem with history is that it is ongoing. Your goddamn rigget. Oh shit. You're never gonna believe this, but that's also what my brother wanted. Maybe I need to open up. Where is Pines? Just keeps changing my shit around. Apparently, I can't open my script zerg.bin. Oh, probably because it's compiled with the wrong thing or whatever. I mean, it's not like he's called it because he also has a bunch of other character ideas. So I would say go for it if you want to. Because he's busy playing as a spider thing. So if you want to try Frogman Barbarian first, I don't think that's going to be a problem. I was just thinking it was funny that you guys both had the same idea. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. I got to take a screenshot of Rod. Sure. So I have to download the latest release to my test case for this sake. Although I guess it probably wouldn't matter, actually. Well, considering the coffee donation for the No Frauds Club stuff, I only get like 40% of that, whereas I get like 90% of the Syndosaur one. I don't think you're at a current tier for that, like, based on the money that you're getting. Everybody else is paying $30 before, like, I don't count the fees towards that. I was just giving you an example of percentages. But the other people are paying $30, $15 per session, basically. So if you wanted to set up a different way to do it than just the daily setup or whatever, that would be fine. Not the daily setup. The monthly fee is what I was thinking of there. I have to update the website to include a new Frauds Club or a Fraud Launch. All right, let's see what that looks like on the website real quick. So we've picked some nice player colors for our homies. Except 34 blue was this, yeah. I think we should probably just use snow for the other guy, though. EH, that'll be fine. Got to get some more co-op content. What I mean, and some more, you know, campaign content in general. Lore exploration. I guess I can go into here and say I can probably just delete that on me. That was kind of like a pseudo insecurity of like, it's kind of a older looking program, but it's fine. You know, it'll change over time or whatever. All right. So I think I'm going to have to call it there, but we definitely have had some interesting ideas. One of the things I'm most excited about that I was thinking about when looking at that architecture for the map was I think the Futurist Federation Trojan should be able to do some kind of crazy shit like garrison, like load units from a further distance. Sort of like the Starcraft 2 Warp Prism in Legacy of the Void has that like longer range for loading. I like the idea that they have some kind of magnetic thing that just pulls the unit towards them or whatever. It's kind of a SCSI coded, so I don't really know if I'll go with that idea, but I like the idea of some kind of extra mobility to their transport in exchange for losing the hot drop feature, which is pretty critical for like bio drops and stuff. Being able to like whisk away units from a bit of a longer range seems like it would be pretty neat. So, I was thinking about that. I'm going to be working with DF to try to fix those Lakes issues that were causing some problems with people earlier. Oh, before I go, I do want to take one look at something. So there was this weird thing that happened where Bonneth was playing and had a desync moment with Ultra and the rest of us. And he was playing as Protoss, and he had a Pariah. And I wonder if the Pariah received some kind of movement speed update. That was like... Because... I don't think this is true, because the movement speed would probably automatically appear without me doing anything there. But... yeah, they both move at the same speed, so I guess that couldn't have been it. But I wonder if that does happen. No, that seems correct. That's really weird. Because the Zorius speed boost thing was kind of buggy, where, like, for a time it was bugged, where it only procced for certain units if you moused over the tooltip. And that led to some really wonky reports. But I'm wondering if, and I don't really know what the fucking case was for that exactly, but I'm wondering if mousing over the tooltip can then do something. Like maybe it calls update speed or something, but it doesn't seem to. Where is this defined as? Top speed. Oh, okay. It's just applying this to a string. Oh, I don't think that would be the case. All right, so I'm working with Veek on the Lakes fix. Hopefully that's up by tonight. That means we can go ahead and sync some pretty cool changes to pre-release. That'll improve some AI-related stuff as well. Feel free to send me in some suggestions in the Discord server or wherever for some co-op content. I'm going to be keeping working on some of the stuff that I've already been doing, like the stuff that I had today. But I am going to be wrapping the stream up today. So thanks everybody who hung out. We'll see you guys Friday for another one of these streams, tomorrow for a donor exclusive stream. So check that out. And peace.